play a game.
Good morning. Hope you guys are having a good day. I'll give a shout out to my boy. Well, first of all, let me introduce this shit. Guys, this is crime time. It is May 15th, 2025, 10:47 a.m. We are here to watch Bryan Kohberger's final pre-trial conference before the trial this summer. I'm definitely loving that. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get to talking about this shit. Now, anyway, what's going on, A.R. Hayes? He said, what's up? He says, damn, it's early. I'm usually up at 5. This isn't early to me. It's almost 11 o'clock. And I'm white, so I wake up pretty early. You know what I'm saying? I'm white and I'm old. Anyways, let me give a shout out to Warning Label Nina. What's going on? What's going on? Gobbles, the beautiful Gobbles is joining us. How you doing, Gobbles? The beautiful Marie Wharton. Good to see you. Ginger and Hellcat. By the people, for the people. Just a Mom. How you been, Just a Mom? I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you've been all right. Descendant, what's going on? Hope you're doing good. Texas Ranger. AR. 12 gauge. Too much to handle. So I woke up at 9. I've been up ever since. How you motherfuckers be sleeping till 9? What's up, Jody? Like, if I sleep till 9 or 10, I feel like my whole day is gone. And I'm OCD, so it'll fuck me up. If I wake up at 9 or 10, I just open a bottle and just throw the day away. You know what I'm saying? He said, I hear you 7:45 here, but I'm used to the 5 a.m. wake. No need for the alarm. Yeah, no, 100%. That's how my shit is. Guys, we're waiting on the 4th District Court to come on. That's what we're... Oh, hold on. We got it pulled up. All right. There we go. So we're waiting. I'm sorry. We're waiting on it. But today we got Kohberger's final pretrial. And in the meantime, we'll talk about the shit. We'll let some people come in the door. Let me give a shout out to my boy, David, who hit the tip jar right off the jump with 25. He said, good morning, JB. Going to be a good day. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Well, let me give a shout out to Gobbles, who hit the tip jar with 50. Shit. You motherfuckers started me off with bombs to start the day off. Thank you so much to my boy David and as well Gobbles, the beautiful Gobbles. I hope you're being safe on your road trips. She does a lot of biking. Gobbles is a good friend. She goes by Mama Cageless on Instagram and all that shit, and TikToker, and so she does biking. She's a biker, and she's got a good channel. But anyways, Too Much to Handle says I've been up for 12 hours already. Damn. I mean, damn, you woke up at 11 p.m.? Well, I guess we're probably not in the same area. Tracy, good morning, beautiful. Good morning. JB, I'll need to make a PayPal transfer. No problem. Take your time. I appreciate all of you guys that keep this thing going. To my news people that may be watching, we will be doing a stream over on the Gun Show in a little bit. I don't know how long this stream is going to go, though. I have no clue. Most pre-trial conferences don't take that fucking long. It may be 2 hours, maybe 3. I'll be honest, though, it could be 8. And that's what scares me, is that this may fuck around and be an 8-hour stream. I hope not. But Gobble says, home for the next 5 days before I leave for my next trip. There you go. Get your little time at home. Touch yourself a little bit. That time shit. That's how you get it done. I'm waiting on this thing to go live. And the minute this thing goes live, I will gladly push us in here and get us started. Gladly do this. Guys, what do you think is going to happen today? All right, well, let me go ahead and tell you guys. For you guys that's never been through a pre-trial conference, especially the last one, I guarantee you right now, that if there's a plea bargain, Bryan Kohberger is being offered this plea bargain today. AR, I know AR's been through the system, so AR might agree with me. If there's a plea bargain, this is his second to last chance to cop out. And I'm not saying he should or would. Nobody in their right mind would cop out to a murder charge, right? Especially 4 murders. Granted, it could save the death penalty, but I personally don't think they're even going to offer him one. But this is the last chance, other than trial day itself, that they could potentially offer him a plea deal. Let's see here. A lot of people says I get up at 7 a.m., start work at noon. There you go. Hell yeah. And I'm actually surrounded by trees. Me too. Me too. Texas Ranger says, aren't they supposed to name the alternate suspect if they have one too? I think that's potentially what they're going to do. But I don't think we will hear it in court. I believe that'll be something that may be a motion or redacted motion that they're going to go with. They're going to roll in the green Elantra. Yeah. I'll tell you what. All the snack cakers, they're just going to have to deal with it because that green Elantra is never getting mentioned in court. Because it makes no sense. Somebody was in the comment section yesterday telling me, hey, you know there's a green Elantra in the neighborhood, and it could be seen on the day that they tore down the house. I was like, shit, there's a green car in my neighborhood. What does that fucking mean? What the fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? So 12, that was mold? Yeah, just mold, yes. And by the way, I have a person that is I have a friend, well, Upgrade. He's one of our people in the gun squad. His profession is vehicles. And he made it clear to me there is no green Elantras for that that range of years. And I'm going to believe the guy that tips me every single day with his high-paying profession in that industry, within that company range. I'm going to believe that guy over YouTubers that just create theories, right? If it's a green Elantra, it was painted. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% accurate. And so, like, I mean, and by the way, that could be, but doesn't it make a lot? Let me ask you a question. Doesn't it sound pretty fucking stupid to peacock like that, paint your car? Like, that's something that, like, gangbangers do. Commit crimes with big gold rims and paint jobs and shit. Your average person that's trying to get away with killing 4 people ain't riding around with a fucking car that sticks out with some green paint job and shit. You know what I'm saying? I said the same thing in the comments on that video. Yeah. It's not natural. It's not normal for someone trying to get away with something like that. And make no mistake about it, whoever did it, whether it's Kohberger, whether it's not Kohberger, whoever did it clearly planned to do it. So why would you then take the big green car that sticks out like a sore thumb? You know what I mean? It makes no sense. None of it makes any sense. For you guys that missed the last live stream, I had a kind of a debate and a back and forth with Jesse from the audience. He you know, I thought it went very well for me. I don't think it went as well for the snack cakers and those type of people. But I thought it was a great conversation. Me and Harsh Reality intend on having a conversation tomorrow. We're trying to put together the time. I know we're streaming against each other right now, so it's not going to be today, but it is going to be tomorrow, I imagine. And I think it's going to be an excellent conversation. And it's really strange because me and him have been what you would call pro-burgers all this time. And now we kind of we have different viewpoints on the thing. So it should be an interesting back and forth there. And, Harsh has been following this a long time. So have I. I've been following it just as long. So seeing 2 individuals that's been following it the entire time go at each other, respectfully, it should be an interesting thing. What's up, KK? How you doing? Beautiful. Let's see. They're not saying the green Elantra is the killer as far as I've heard. Yeah, but it makes no sense. Here's the thing. We saw the footage. There was clearly an Elantra, and it was clearly a car that circled over and over again, and then after the supposed time of the murders, sped off. There's no way around that. You could say, well, that's not Kohberger's car. You can say whatever you want. But in the footage, there clearly was circling And then immediately following the time frame in which the murders could have happened, he's sped off. So doesn't that look suspicious to you? Doesn't that look a little suspicious to you? You know? What's up, KK? Said we all love you. I love you back. I love you back. The guy that broke down the video compared the rims, it wasn't supposed to be part of the crime. I think that person might have been dealing to a few neighbors. Yeah, but listen, I'm a former drug dealer. What's up, Luna? I'm a former drug dealer. I'm telling you right now, man. If I was dealing in my own neighborhood, I'm not going to drive around, particularly in the middle of the night like that. I'm just going to walk. You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm more willing to believe that the guy at the dumpster was a drug dealer than the guy in the car circling the place. You know what I mean? Let me give a shout out to my boy 12 Gauge. I want to come challenge you on that Mortal Kombat. Hell yes. Hell yes. Mortal Kombat. Yes. I'm a big fan. Big fan. Get your ass whooped on the Mortal Kombat. You know what, though? I'm going to be honest with you. I struggle with fatalities. I'm the most boring Mortal Kombat player you'll ever see. I struggle with fatalities. I do. Let me go ahead and give 12 Gauge. Thank you so much. Let me also give a shout out to Just a Mom, who sent 5. Thank you so much, beautiful. Hope you and the hubby are doing great. Definitely hope you and the hubby are doing great. Thank you so much, Just a Mom. So, yeah, most drug dealers would walk to sell dope in their own neighborhood. Let me check this video, see if we got it going yet. I don't believe we do. I don't believe we do. But, yeah, most drug dealers are going to take that walk. They're not going to drive around the block like that. You know, it's just rare. It's just rare. I mean, a lot of people will disagree with me, but in my opinion, they're disagreeing out of ignorance and lack of previously selling drugs or being around drug dealers. So it kind of is what it is. Let me say, I do want to say thank you to Gobbles, David, 12 Gauge. Put your Gobbles, 12 Gauge. David, Just a Mom. Thank you, guys. Surely they can bring the DNA evidence in. Yeah, easy. Into that play. Yeah. Also saw a good photo of it not having a front plate, too. Absolutely. And I think that does matter. In the beginning, I didn't think it matters, but let me also say, all right, so let me correct myself on something. Many, many months ago, I used to say, I don't understand what the big deal is with the front plate, because every state I've ever lived in, we don't require a front plate. Georgia doesn't require a front plate. The only state that I ever knew that did was Texas. Vegas didn't require a front. Nevada didn't require a front plate. Georgia didn't require a front plate. Indiana didn't require a front plate. Illinois didn't require a front plate. North Carolina didn't require a front plate. Florida didn't require a front plate. So I want to say that me personally, GMAC says Missouri does. Exactly. What's up, GMAC? So in the beginning, I used to say that, yes, I know Texas does. Texas was when I lived in Texas, it was the only one that ever did. So my point was, previously in this case, I used to say the front plate thing didn't matter. But that's because I was unfamiliar. So this is why I'm wrong. This is why I was wrong then. Alabama, no, exactly. I come from an area, and all the states I've lived in, none of us required front plates other than Texas. And so to me, that's why the front plate thing was never a big deal, because KY and Michigan don't require front. Exactly. The South and the Midwest typically don't. So for me, the whole front plate thing was moot, because who the fuck has a front plate? And then I got to thinking, everybody kept telling me, this state, this state, this state. And I was like, okay, I guess there is more states that require it than I thought. You know what I'm saying? But also, I've always came from states where we don't even require car inspections and shit like that. So, like, there's a lot of different state laws that are different. So that's why initially the front plate thing was never a big deal to me. However, now it is. And the reason why it is because not only was the plate missing, but then no one finds it a little ironic that like a week after the fucking killings, the dude goes and changes the shit up, and now he's got a front. Do you see what I'm saying? It looks suspicious. Guess they're gonna get BK's little chair ready to help him look small and frail too. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people saying their states don't do it. JP Uncut says, I just want to say it's obvious that Mr. Kohberger is going to get the death penalty. No question, he is guilty. I think there's question. I think that there's reasonable doubt. Let me ask the audience. Who believes there's reasonable doubt? And that's the question you have to ask. I personally think Kohberger did it. But I think there's also reasonable doubt. If I was on the jury, they still got to they got to give me the smoking gun. If I'm telling you right now, I think Bryan Kohberger is guilty. But if I was on the jury with the evidence being presented right now, I would say not guilty because there's reasonable doubt. Does that make sense? Got to put him at the scene. I agree with that. I agree with that. I believe he's guilty, but I also believe reasonable doubt should lead to a not guilty verdict. As crazy as that sounds, it's weird to be in that weird position where I think he did it, but I also don't think it's 100%. So, I'm in that weird fucking position where what's up, Shabazz? Even after 3 bottles of wine, I think I made a sensible argument that the DNA doesn't necessarily put him at the scene. Great. I think you did a great job, Jesse. I think you did a great job. It was a great conversation. I don't really think reasonable doubt, but I'm concerned about a weak juror. Absolutely. There's evidence of DNA on the knife that Bryan used. There's no question he isn't innocent. No, there is question. Touch DNA doesn't necessarily put him there. So let me explain this to you, JP. Okay? If I go into a store, now, by the way, I do think the DNA is bad for him. If I go into the store, exactly. He said there was a knife. Yeah, there's no knife. Yeah, that's a good point. Good catch, Jesse. I don't know what the knife he's talking about is. But I want to say, if we're talking about the sheath, I want to say this. If I go into a store and touch this, all right, or there's if I touch this, and then I look at it and I say, no, I don't want this, and I put it back down, okay? And then you come along and pick it up. My trace DNA, my touch DNA, it's on there. And then you take it to your house, and then you kill your wife. All of a sudden, my touch DNA is in your house at the crime scene. Now, granted, it still looks bad for Kohberger because it was on a knife sheath under a murdered body that had just been stabbed. So, but I don't think it's open and shut. What's up, Holly? How you doing, beautiful? Marie says, but if it were planted, there would be more than one source of DNA. Agreed. I don't believe it was planted at all. But I believe whoever was the killer carried that knife sheath in. Is that a logical thing to think? Occam's razor, let's just be honest here. I believe the knife sheath came from the killer. Whoever the killer was. I don't believe there just happened to be randomly a knife sheath under a body that was stabbed. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're doing good. I am. Jesse says there was unknown DNA on the sheath as well. Some other dude. I'll tell you what, I would love to see that documentation. I would love to see that documentation. I know about the other DNAs in the house, but I haven't seen a single doc. I heard Harsh say that this morning. And so but I've read the documents. I haven't seen a single document that says there was other DNA on the knife sheath, other male DNA. I heard Harsh this morning say it though. Yeah, exactly. So when I heard Harsh say that this morning, I was like, where the fuck did he get that at? Never heard about that about the sheath. Yeah. So listen, if you can show me or point me to where it says there was other, the nail clippings, exactly. If you can point me to a direction where there was other male DNA on the knife sheath and I can read that and show it to the audience, I will gladly change my position and say, I don't know if Bryan Kohberger is guilty or not. Gladly. If you show me other male DNA on that, and this goes to Harsh, this goes to anybody. If you show me that document where it says other DNA on the knife sheath, I'll retract everything I've said. What's the chances that Bryan is innocent? It's not very likely. If you're a crime investigator, you would point to Bryan as guilty. Considering it's all circumstantial evidence, JP, I think Bryan Kohberger is guilty, as I told you. But I can't go on. I just think it's a gut thought. We're talking about some man's life. Do you know is it clear to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it? Is there any questions in the normal person's head? And here's what I want to tell you, is that most people that's followed this case has pointed out inconsistencies in the case. Most people that's followed this from day one will tell you, oh, there's doubt. There's clearly doubt. Does that make sense? There's clearly doubt for a lot of people. And here's what you need to understand, JP. There's regular people just like you, just like me, that's going to be in the jury. I'm telling you right now, I think he's guilty, but if I was on the jury, I would say not guilty because it's not proven as much as you're saying it is. So all it takes is a 1, 2, 3 people like me on that jury. What's up, not your house, bitch? And Bryan Kohberger walks. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I'm still waiting for this thing to start. I'm still waiting on it to start. I know I got to be in the right spot. Let me go to the YouTube page, make sure there's nothing over there doing this thing. 4th District. Idaho 4th. I should. That's what I was supposed to put. Motherfucker. Marie says we haven't seen all the evidence yet. I do believe from what we were seeing, he is the guilty. He got part. Yeah, he either did it or he's the most unlucky person. Clearly. Idaho 4th. I mean, yeah. Click on this. Yeah, they don't have nothing on the YouTube page going right now, at least at the moment. So we'll see. As soon as it starts, I will definitely get it on here for you guys. No doubt about it. Let me go over here to Harsh and see if he's got it yet. I don't think he does. Let's see here. It's possible, though. I know he... Let me go over here to Harsh Reality. Make sure.
Is to accept.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's still waiting on the same thing I'm waiting on. All right, cool. He's still waiting on the same thing I'm waiting on. Marisa, I definitely keep my mind open, but all the red flags point to him. Absolutely, his DNA was found. Why would many people claim he did it if he is innocent? This doesn't. No, it doesn't look good for Bryan. What do you mean? Why would many people claim he did it? What do you mean, many people? I'm curious what you're saying. I'm curious what you mean. Why would someone be charged with a crime they didn't commit? Is that what you're saying? Are you one of those people that believes the police are right all the time? You understand here in America, less than 50% of homicides get solved, right? Police are so insignificant and worthless, they can't even solve half of the murders in this country. You understand the police and FBI is wrong all the time. I'm not saying they're wrong here. What I'm saying is they're wrong all the time. And by the way, people in the audience, chat room, community are wrong all the time. Just saying. It's cool. We're having some good combos this morning anyway. Yeah. I'm waiting for it to start, so I will get it up here as soon as it starts, and we will get things going. Lucas Anderson is a perfect example. Exactly. Lucas Anderson is somebody that went through this whole DNA thing. There's plenty of cases like this. But once again, like I said, I personally think Kohberger did it, but I also understand why people are questioning whether he did or not. We don't have all the facts at all. There's been a gag order on this case. I think we got a lot of good quality facts before the gag order. The PCA usually has everything. So I'm on your side in terms of thinking who did it, but where I'm not on your side is this belief. Oh my God, I can't believe that other people can't see he did it. Because I can definitely understand why people think it's questionable. There have been confessions on there's been all kinds of goofy shit. All kinds of goofy shit. Let me update this shit over here. Texas Ranger says, sure, there's corruption in law enforcement. Just look what's going on with the sheriff that shot that judge. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not even always just corruption. Sometimes it's, sometimes they just don't know what the fuck they're doing. You know, people think that all right. Do you know that when it comes to police, you can be disqualified from the job if you have too high of an IQ? So incompetence is a lot of people run around here talking about conspiracies. No, sometimes the cops are just dumb as fuck. I could show you story after story from county after county that there's a cap limit. Like the same, they don't like high IQ'd individuals in the military or the police force. Do you know why that is? Do you know, for the same reason why I excel intellectually, I excel when it comes to book smarts, street smarts, all this shit, but I cannot work for another person. Highly intelligent or intellectual people don't take orders well. So the military doesn't like you to be too smart. The police force doesn't like you to be too smart. They want people that want to do what we call grunt work. They want blue collar people that just take orders. Do you see what I'm saying? So the police, the police forces all over this country have a cap on how high your IQ can be. Military is kind of the same way. Smart people don't take orders. Smart people give orders. Gobble said, I think he did it, but I still think they have to have something more solid. I agree with that completely. Cops are a little more than government employees, exactly by the people. Agreed with that completely. 100%. Gobbles, I think the state is sitting on something big. Yes. Marie says, yeah, I get that, but why him? Yeah, no. That's the key. That's the key question. To all the people that believe there's a big conspiracy, my question is why? What does it gain? I understand if you're saying the Idaho police, but why would it include the national media, the FBI? You understand? You know, the Department of Justice. You know what I'm saying? So if we're talking about just locally, yeah, the colleges half that town's revenue, half their economy. It's easy to figure out why there would be a conspiracy locally, but why nationally? Gobble says many times the cops focus on one person, don't want to, yeah, exactly, because they don't want to be wrong. That's why people question investigations, absolutely. Mr. Hilter can work for anyone other than basically himself? Can't? Yes, exactly. I know that feeling. I would get fired in a heartbeat working for anybody. For anyone. We agree for sure, exactly. I wouldn't, even fucking years ago when I was in the workforce, I would get fired. I had one job that I kept for 15, well, it was 10 to 15, and I was still the boss. So, yeah, I don't listen to anybody. I didn't listen to my parents. I don't listen to my grandparents. I definitely don't listen to no broad, and I ain't listening, you know what I mean? And I ain't listening to no boss. It's just not the way I work. That's the way it's always been. Let's see. Okay, court will begin. Are we there? Are we getting there? Okay, the screen has changed. According to an article I read, Bryan didn't want actual evidence admitted at trial. That's definitely a red flag. Yeah, but there's evidence that the prosecution didn't want to admit it either. JP, there's evidence that the prosecution didn't want admitted either. Both the defense and the prosecution have evidence that they didn't want admitted in. The evidence that Bryan Kohberger, yeah, by the way, both sides are trying to win the case, bro. They don't want anything introduced that could make and the prosecution is like this too, that could make their side look wrong. The goal is to win the case, both for the prosecution and the defense. So anything that may kind of make you look bad, yeah, you don't want it. Or anything that could be used against you. You know, like Kohberger not wanting the autism used. Shit like that. I've been in for the cops and one of these back to blue people, so now I'm finding myself repositioning my views. Yeah, I'm still pro cop in general because we need law and order, but the court system itself is very rigged. You know what I mean? And it's all goofy. Like I told you about my arrest back, you know when. How the fuck does somebody point a gun in my face and I call them the bad word, and I go to jail for calling them the bad word? But that person gets off the hook because that had to have been why he pulled the gun, because I called him the bad word. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of fuckery that goes on. A lot of goofy shit. A lot of goofy shit. So we're waiting on this. It says court will begin soon. So technically the thing is playing. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's technically playing. I'm going to turn the volume up. So it'll just creep up on us whenever it starts. We'll hear it when it starts. But yeah, no, when it comes to the cops, man, that's good and bad cops. Yeah, of course. Of course there are. And you take the good with the bad. Well, there's good and bad everything, man. There's good and bad women. There's good and bad men. There's good and bad blacks. There's good and bad whites. There's good and bad, you know what I mean? You can look at any group of people, good and bad Christians, good and bad Catholics, good and bad Muslims. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You can look at any group and say that about. JB, I think I lost my wrench again. We're on a different channel. By the people, for the people. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I don't know if you ever had a wrench over here. You might have. Yeah, I would imagine you did. We're on the Crime Time channel right now, so let me look. I understand. I do think it's more than likely that Bryan did murder those people. Yeah, I think it's likely. And I think Bryan does deserve a fair trial. And I think that's... And here's why he deserves a fair trial. Here's why he deserves a fair trial. It's because if he doesn't get one, we ain't going to get one. You understand what I'm saying? You know the old saying, it's better for 100 guilty people to walk away. It's better for 100 guilty people to walk away than for one innocent person to get locked up. So you have to, you gotta have it like this, right? You know what I'm saying? So even if Bryan Kohberger is guilty, if the courts aren't doing shit right, I'd rather see Bryan Kohberger walk, because I don't want us to lose. It's kind of like how the feds got the DNA. I think that the dirty shit that the feds did to get Bryan Kohberger's DNA was a violation of his Fourth Amendment. I do think that. And I don't want them to do that kind of tactic with us. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think this is why the feds are the FBI are tight-lipped, and that's why the prosecution doesn't even want to use the DNA. You see what I'm saying? Or even talk about the DNA in court. Because ultimately what we have with the DNA issue is it proves that the FBI is going behind the scenes to databases that promise us, the customer, that the feds won't get our DNA. Right, it was a guideline, but it was a fraudulent guideline. If you're taking something from me, like my DNA, under the guise that the police don't get to search this, that no one searches this database. So was it illegal? No. But here's why I think that they don't want to talk about it. Because if people know that the FBI are searching these databases, people aren't going to fucking deal with these databases. So what it does is it dries up their DNA pool. So what I'm saying is, for instance, me, whether it was illegal or legal, and it was just a policy, I don't care. I would never give my DNA. I would never give my DNA to any of these people. Because I might kill someone someday. You don't know. I might commit a crime someday. You don't know. And all the people that's like, I know, I would never do that bullshit. You don't know what the fuck you're going to do. You don't know what the fuck you're going to do, to be honest. So I personally would never use a DNA site because now I know they're lying when they say that they respect our Fourth Amendment. The DNA sites are lying. So if the country now looks at this and says, I don't want to give these things my DNA no more, then the FBI loses its chance to secretly look into this DNA. Because if I'm like, now fuck that, you're going to have to get my DNA a different way, then I think that's what the FBI doesn't want. You know what I mean? There are some of them that are being searched. Some of them promise you that they won't, though. To me, if they're not going to use the DNA, they have something solid to put them there. They have nothing. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. What's up, Kitty? Still waiting. Sorry, it hasn't started yet, but I can't control it. It said it was supposed to start at 11 o'clock. JP says, well, if I'm honest with myself, I can't say for sure if Bryan is guilty. I have my reasons. I think we should hear both sides. I agree. I mean, court is going to be, that's what court is for. It's supposed to convince you one way or another. So when I cover the trial, when we get to the actual trial, I'm going to cover it as if I was a juror. Like I'm going to look at it as if I'm a juror. But at the end, if they convince me, they convince me. If they don't, they don't. Texas Ranger said, you're right, JB. Sometimes desperate times can cause for desperate measures. Yeah, it can happen. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say, I think what this case could taught me is you're a fool if you willingly give anyone your DNA. You are a fool if you do this. And like I said, I know there's going to be a lot of people that's like, I would never commit a crime. I would never hurt the bullshit. Like I said, you don't know what the fuck you're going to do. You don't know what the fuck you're going to do. And I can give you the perfect example. Let's say somebody rapes your daughter, your little girl, and he gets found not guilty in court. You're telling me that if someone raped your little girl and then got found not guilty in the court of law, but you knew he did it, he beat it on a technicality, are you telling me you wouldn't then take that dude's life? And I'm asking both moms and dads, both men and women. If you knew someone raped your child and got found not guilty, aren't you going to take the law into your own hands? Or are you just going to let him walk away healthy and shit? Warning label says, been searching for anything on male DNA night sheets besides Kohberger? You can't find it? Yeah, exactly. No questions asked. Yeah. You know, I'll be on trial then at that point. You know what I'm saying? Or if somebody killed my wife or my girlfriend or some shit, and they got found not guilty, and I saw it happen. I knew he did it. And then he gets found not guilty in court. Now, fuck that. That's a dead man walking. And most people that care about individuals would feel the exact same way. They would, unless you're a complete pussy. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, I think most of us would take the law in our hand at that point. And how the fuck you gonna get away with it if your DNA's all in the system? That's my point behind it all. This case has told me you don't want to fucking do that. Gobble says, I wanted to learn my heritage, had them send me the DNA kit. I had it for 3 years because after the crime and how they use the DNA to find them through DNA sites, I decided, nope, never mind. Yeah, exactly. Especially Gobbles. You and me are seasoned, I guess you could say, right? If we made it through our first 40 plus years not knowing our heritage, we'll make it through the next 40. You know what I'm saying? Like now me, because I'm a felon, they've already got my DNA. So I could do it because it won't really matter. The feds, like my DNA is already in CODIS. But I wouldn't recommend any of you guys. JP says, oh, if that dude did that to my daughter, we would. Exactly. That's the point. So once again, I'm looking at this from a standpoint of not whether Kohberger did it or not. I want to make sure the legal system's doing things the right way because I don't want our freedom. Yeah. Marie says, and that's how Steve Gonsalves feels. That's why he won't shut the fuck up. No, that's exactly right. While everybody else thought Steve Gonsalves was acting funny, I don't think so. Steve Gonsalves has been loud. And I think, especially in the beginning, where I disagree with Steve Gonsalves is that he's calmed down. Unless he saw the evidence we ain't seen yet. In the beginning, Steve Gonsalves was everywhere, doing interviews, doing everything, questioning the police, doing all that. And then if you remember, all of a sudden, he just shut the fuck up and stopped questioning shit. So either he saw something that convinced him that Kohberger was the guy. Yeah, exactly. He's daddy speaking for his little girl. Exactly. Look, you know how many people in this community accuse Steve Gonsalves of doing it? That's when I stopped. That's when look, the community's kind of retarded, right? And I've been in this story since day one, so I've seen all their theories. There are people that believe still to this day that Dylan Mortensen did it. There are people in this community right now that still believe Steve Gonsalves was the actual killer. So anytime you feel dumb today, I just want to make this clear. Throughout your day today, let's say you accidentally spill your drink and you're like, God damn, why am I so dumb? I want you to think about what I'm saying. There are people right now that are walking around in this chat room and other chat rooms that believe Steve Gonsalves did it. Or that Dylan Mortensen killed him. So no matter what stupid shit you do today, you can never be that stupid. So just keep that in the back of your head for those moments to help you feel a little bit better. Because you'll never be as stupid as those people. True story. That's an insane theory. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, the insane theories have been here the whole time. Like, back in the beginning of this, there was the 4 kids that was, the police had stopped some kids for drinking, and there was like some kids that walked by, and they immediately started theorizing about that. Who were those people that walked by? And then their theories was also as the police cam was caught the kid. They said that they saw Kaylee Gonsalves' dead body on the phone that the kid was holding as he was being questioned by the police for alcohol. Swear to God. These idiots in this community literally have said that when the police were questioning that very night college kids for carrying alcohol and being drunk, and we saw the camera, the footage, they legitimately said that while the police and them were having this conversation, Kaylee's dead body could be seen on the phone. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you losers? You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Like, what's the odds that the police are questioning this dude for being drunk and he's sitting there scrolling the pictures of the dead IDAHO 4? These people are nut jobs. These people are clearly nuts. The theories have been here since the whole time. That's why whenever I see people get mad at me now, well, you changed what your position is. Yeah, it's because I'm logical. Yeah. I'm not one of you people that believe that Steve Gonsalves killed the kids. And if that makes me a bad guy, then I guess I'm a bad guy. So, but you'd be surprised. I wonder why this shit is fucking taking so long, man. What's Harsh over here doing? You still over here waiting? Yeah, he's still waiting too.
Gonna break.
Yeah, he's still over there waiting too. Ain't that a bitch? I mean, I'm sure we're going to still get it. I mean, I don't see why they would not get this thing going. Not get this. I don't know why. I wish that what JP says, and I'm probably in the minority here, but everyone breaks the laws, if you know what I mean. Of course we do. Well, you got to realize we have do you know how many laws we have in this country? Every single person here breaks a law at some point in the day. It's very much so true. And it's because we live in a country where, see, people like to think that we're free. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. How many laws are there in the U.S.? Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's see. I want you to see this shit. Since 1789, Congress has enacted approximately 30,000 statutes. Estimates suggest around 300,000 federal regulations and statutes that can subject people to criminal penalties. There are 300,000. 300,000. Let's look at state and local laws. There are over 18 million laws in the United States and enforced by 90,000 government bodies. Look at this shit. Everyone breaks the law. There are over 18 million laws in the United States. Fuck, we only got 350 million people. 18 million laws, both state and federal, inside the United States. If that doesn't fuck you up, people talk about we're free. The fuck we are. Fuck we are. Now, don't get me wrong.
Kohberger,
hold on.
defendant and counsel.
We are there, baby. We are there.
Identified are present. We are in the public session now.
Here, let me turn it up. I'll make sure you guys can hear it.
I have my own agenda for what to cover today in the.
Let me know if it's too loud or anything.
Motion, and so I'm not sure what you have. I didn't receive any specific motions.
I believe you, Sean.
To cover today, other than I think the ones previously submitted by defense related to questioning of the jury.
144, that's wild.
I don't intend to discuss in the public forum what specific questions would be asked of potential jurors, because I think that inhibits the ability to get frank and unprepared answers from potential jurors. And so we may have to cover part of that in a session at the end of the day. I think we can talk about it generally without discussing the specifics, but if we need to go there, that's what we will do. Apart from that issue, as what I intend to do is kind of break down the trial process through stages, and as you have issues or questions about whether how to handle something or how the court handles something, that's your opportunity to ask as it relates to that phase of the case. And we'll just sort of proceed in that.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back, guys.
So,
I'll be about 3 minutes.
Starting with some general issues. I just wanted, and a lot of this is unfortunately going to sound like me simply lecturing about what I want and don't want. And that certainly is a large part of it, because if you know what I expect, I think it makes your job easier. And so I, particularly where I can't recall whether Ms. Massoth has had any trials with me or not, but I know she's been in front of me a few times, but the rest of you have not. And so it's, I think, important that you get that information straight from me rather than from the sources that you may get from asking around. So to start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence. I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial for a couple reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue to the degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either excluding or overruling any objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing while we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have. So we'll have periods, as I will explain to you, before court each day and after court each day, where if you are anticipating issues that are coming up, that's the time to talk about that, not in the middle of the trial itself. I did receive the parties' stipulation regarding how to handle the IGG tip, if you will. I'm fine with that proposed instruction, and so that will be given. I think I'd asked you also to work on instruction related to the use of the terms surrounding
No, they won't pick-
touch DNA and
They won't pick the
other
jury till
variations,
August
about that,
or whenever it starts.
in the event that
August 11th.
I decide to correct somebody about the use of that term. As I said, with respect to the professionals in the DNA community itself, I'm not going to prohibit it in the sense that, you know, I'm going to sustain an objection. What I would likely do is to clarify with the jury, if the parties want me to, about that being simply a convenient title and not.
I don't like
needing to
him
imply
saying that
an
he wants to
actual
know
source of,
in advance.
or method of the DNA being present. And so if you haven't worked on that, please do.
Because
so
I believe
to get me an
arguments
instruction you both can live
or
with.
objections
Otherwise, I'll end up
or
drafting one myself.
spur of the
and
moment
perhaps
thing.
neither of you
Does that make
wanna live with
sense?
it. So, with respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
It has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and
The dollhouse. I wanna
Mr.
see it.
Hurwood facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
It is available for the court's inspection well if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It's not an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but
I hate that they tore the
that's
house
certainly
down.
not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
Well, I'll get the fuck out of here with that
The
bullshit.
better term is simply a model,
Get the fuck out of here with that
model.
bullshit.
given that it is admittedly not to.
It shouldn't be called a dollhouse because people were killed there. Stop the
scale,
bullshit.
Precisely, so.
Just fucking get it. What's up, Doug?
Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
Your Honor, we did. We were able to bring two experts in.
They argue the
Yesterday.
dumbest
We
shit.
appreciated being
They argue the dumbest
while we were
shit.
here. We do have a remaining question about where the model house will be stored during the course of trial.
Where, are you storing
Exactly,
it on
Marie.
the third floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like it's stored with the evidence vault of the prosecutors down there. And so if, I suppose if she needs to get access or our experts do, we can arrange for that as well.
I should have asked a better question, Your Honor. When it's brought in
Oh, I
as
see.
a demonstrative aid, I am curious about when it's not being used by the prosecutor or the defense and a witness, where it will sit in the courtroom.
I will find some place not in the courtroom because I don't want it in the courtroom when it's not being used, but nearby in the event that a witness does wish to use it.
Thank you.
They're arguing about where the fuck the dollhouse is going to be stored during the trial. That's a first. I mean, you would think it would be kept with, pieces of evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, wherever the evidence is going to be stored is where the dollhouse would be
The other
stored.
thing that I would point out, as
The exhibits.
at least to some degree, working together, and I appreciate that. As you come to stipulations on agreement on things, it's important that those be reduced to writing for your own protection. Because too often what I see is
That makes sense.
in the middle of, for example, trial, Honor, the other side said that they were going to stipulate to that, and then they're not. That leaves me in a difficult position because I wasn't part of those discussions, right? And so for your own protection, I think it's just important that you get those reduced to writing as much as possible. I did receive the parties' spreadsheets on the exhibits, which we'll go into a little more when we get to the exhibits portion of today's
See you later, bye to people.
menu.
Hope you're doing good.
But I appreciate getting that. There's some questions that I had about it generally, and then some more homework to do on it. In terms of the witnesses, I had asked, and I think my law clerk reached out to make sure that we get a description of those witnesses, kind of like if they're who they work for or where they're from, something that will allow me to categorize those on a juror questionnaire so that they don't just get a list of 300 names, but can say, all right, these are witnesses, these people live in Pennsylvania. These are witnesses that
Yeah.
work for the FBI. These, right?
Not
And so
only did
that
they tear it
can
down, they
put
fucking
in
buried
context
it.
those names,
Like-
which will be result in a
Wild shit to
more
me.
accurate review by them of those names to see if they know anybody. And I'm not sure if that's been accomplished yet or not.
Didn't they burn and
So
bury
if
it?
you haven't done that, please get that to us as soon as possible so we can incorporate those.
Or just
I
bury
think the
it?
state had, and last I had heard, but it's been several days, the defense had, we were still waiting for someone from the defense.
And I believe that that's been provided. My hope is that it was sufficient because I think it came back and we re-provided it.
Okay, I'll check.
If it's not sufficient, let us know.
I'll check on a break to see where it's at. All right.
Kohberger's got to be
So,
fucking nervous
I did,
as
as I
shit.
indicated this morning, receive the defense's proffer
I know they buried it.
regarding
Not sure about
alternate
burning it, though. Yeah.
perpetrators. That will be sealed
So it wouldn't end up on murder.
per request, I'm assuming per stipulation.
Yeah.
And I want some additional information there. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do two things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And two,
Yeah, Kohberger.
provide for me
You wonder what's going through his head.
how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible. Because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in
Defense on
terms
discovery.
of
Yeah, I mean, they need to do that.
admissibility. So I would like to see that. And then I would have the state respond by the 6th, which is 2 weeks. And then I would propose a hearing on the 18th.
What's up, Mystical?
Your Honor, on June 18th, Ms. Massouth has a conflict in the morning, but we could do an afternoon hearing.
I'd have to look to see the supplemental discovery request to be able to tell you what,
Can we do the?
if there's
the
anything
20th?
still outstanding to not be turned over.
The 19th's a holiday, and the court is closed. I'm just not sure whether it can be done in a half a day or in the afternoon or not, depending upon where we're at. That's my concern.
One of them dateline leaks will come up. I think they will in the trial.
For me
Maybe.
personally, the 20th.
I mean, obviously.
Is a little bit of an issue for personal reasons, if we could avoid that date. If we can't, then I guess we can't.
Well, let's, can we start by
Was that
noon?
Was
on
up,
the
D-Drop?
18th?
12:30 or 1, I'm in federal court.
Right. Let's do 12:30. Are you handling those issues?
Alternate perpetrator, yes, very
Yeah.
involved.
I'm hoping everything was already turned over.
Let's do 12:30.
Prosecution dragged their feet with turning over discovery of the entire case. I can't believe we're almost 3 years into this shit, man. I genuinely cannot believe we're almost 3 years into this. I mean, I'm glad we are, though, because, I mean, it means people
Next
did
I
their
wanna
due
go
diligence.
to, juror questionnaire discussion. Before I do that.
Yeah,
this
exactly,
was a
Marie.
That was, as I said, sort of a catch-all category. so,
Alternate suspect.
I won't ask you if you have questions now because I suspect it will fit into, if you do, a more specific category and we can address it at that point. But if you have a question or concern about anything we've talked about thus far, now's your chance.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, juror questionnaires.
What the fuck? Let me see. Let me check. Let me see what they did, motherfucker.
Red lines that some of which I've incorporated, some of which I have not.
All right, we fixed it.
I'm trying to strike a balance between asking enough but not asking too much. And so I think it strikes that balance. But if you have any concerns about what we are asking or what we are not asking,
Did they just
provide
not say
those,
anything about all suspect?
concerns.
I haven't heard anything about it yet,
Say like by
unless I missed it.
Tuesday, Wednesday of next week.
Did you guys hear something about an alt
What I'll do is if
suspect
it
in this?
appears
I
There's enough flesh on the bones.
I didn't
in
hear
our
something.
Hearing, we can have that. Otherwise, I will simply provide you.
he had a
back
haircut and his brows trimmed.
version that, to the extent it incorporates any of those requests.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's important. I mean, yeah, you want to look your best in court.
Which leads to the next question. I think I talked to you about both previously
Have they had
when you were
anything,
here to
nothing?
visit the
Okay,
facilities.
yeah.
Certainly counsel.
I think they were talking about
defendant,
that specific
though it is an administrative proceeding.
thing that they were talking about.
Have the right to be present. But when the questionnaires are
This is about the jury questionnaires.
administered. But I suggested to you that perhaps your time is better spent in reviewing the questionnaires than
Haven't
watching
they
people
already
fill
did
them
this,
out.
though?
The process will be such that as we bring groups in to fill those out,
Yeah, they're talking about the jury questionnaires and jury selection now.
immediately be scanned and then provided to council on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect
All
this
right,
is a all for one or not proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is we have both agreed that there's no need for counsel from either side to be present during that stage. We'll focus on the tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Does that accord, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well.
I wonder who all the people in the audience are. Because I don't recognize any of them.
So as I indicated, you'll be given access via shared drive. You can do two things. One, you could save those over to a copy over to a drive in which you can make edits, or you can print and make hand edits, or you can just keep track by notebook and juror number. If you want to do the printed version, you'll need to bring your own printer.
A shared drive is a huge
and
factor.
supplies
I
in
agree.
order to print those off from your war rooms.
I agree with that completely.
The plan will be to take the universe of jurors
Twiz turd?
who are summoned
The fuck is a
and then
Twiz turd?
scramble them randomly and assign them what we call a scramble number, 1 through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. So that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. Because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules,
Yeah, I don't know.
you
I
are
don't know.
entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know.
Yeah,
if any of you-
I don't see victims or family members.
Thank you.
Victims, family members.
Waive our presence for that, Your Honor.
Kohberger's family members obviously aren't there either.
I do want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires, as I'm sure you're aware pursuant to Criminal Rule 23. Those are extraordinarily confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously, for appellate purposes, but the copies you receive will be returned. And the defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only.
Yeah, Kitty, I would
Fine
imagine.
If you both agree to allow an investigator to see so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go
Might
along.
be on his own.
Doing that.
That's a good point, Joy.
In terms of the defendant,
Very
his
good point.
access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have
Very good
a
point.
copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us. Just with the magnitude of the task, we'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and reviewing.
And likewise, Judge, we would hope to use our administrative assistants in the process, and they are part of our staff.
Sure, and by court and bar rules, you're responsible for their conduct, and so you'll need to make sure they understand the confidentiality of those questionnaires, and it's really your ticket on the line for their behavior. So that's fine. But I do want to stress that confidentiality because it is part of what I'm giving the jurors on the instructions, is letting them know that there's a very limited number of eyes that will review this and that the public never will. So
Why? What kind of fag shit is that? I hate the fucking court system. I hate when they do that shit. Your tax dollars pay all these motherfuckers. Public will never see it. Why?
the plan will be to try to process the first questionnaires. As I said, you'll get them each day and go through them. After 3 or 4 days, We will start to have hearings. Those will be sealed hearings because we'll be going over the questionnaires in detail, in which you folks identify the concerns you have with the questionnaire answers specifically.
Me too, Marie.
Whether there's a motion or agreement to strike a particular juror before we ever have to bring them in based upon the questionnaire answer, right? And the idea is to dismiss those who are unlikely to be put on the jury because of either perceived bias, knowledge of the case, or hardship.
Man,
And so, I think it helps everybody if we are
you ain't gonna find no
trying to
motherfuckers in
do
Idaho
as
that
much
don't
as
know about the
possible.
case.
The reason that we are summoning as many people that we are is so that we can really cut through the chaff and get to the wheat. Any questions about the juror questionnaire process?
Sir.
Whole bunch of bullshit. Whole bunch of bullshit.
So the next topic I have is for Dyer, more specifically. Traditionally, the way, as you know, voir dire works in Idaho is the court first does its voir dire, touching on some essentially statutory kinds of bias or knowledge. And then counsel is given that opportunity. And so much of what would be the court's voir dire, I have incorporated into the questionnaire so as to limit my role in actively questioning the jurors or potential jurors. I may follow up on some of the answers given on the questionnaires if I feel there's a need to. But otherwise, the time will be yours. What I intend to do, and I'll get your input on that, is using a model very similar to the model Judge Boyce and I came up with in the Daybell case, bringing in groups of anywhere from 15 to 20 people at a time, having a general session of questioning by the attorneys, approximately 30 minutes aside of those folks, get through challenges for
I can't wait till we
cause,
get to the real fucking trial.
dismissals for hardship, et cetera, of those folks. And then who's ever left over of that group then would be subject to individual questioning by the attorneys. And so the jurors that are left over will be taken to, for example, the jury room and wait in there. And then we'll bring the jurors in one at a time to answer questions from counsel. The goal is, I'm not going to stop you if you're
Good morning, Mad Season. How you doing?
getting important information that needs to be got to. But the idea is after that more group discussion, the individual or dire will be more for very sensitive topics.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
also for
I don't
knowledge
know what
they have
Twiz
about the
is.
case from media
Somebody
or
else in the
otherwise,
audience
because I
might
don't
know.
want them to talk about it in front of other
Playing
jurors.
along with the small spurts of rocking.
And so.
Well,
Other topics that
in the house
you
like
sense
bud.
were too
Makes sense,
sensitive to
Mountain
talk about in front of the others.
Makes sense to me.
Hopefully, we can get through each of the individual jurors in 10 to 15 minutes apiece, but we'll play that by ear. We'll see.
Ask a question?
Sure.
So the 10 to 16 people in the general session, is that going to be the court's few questions and then each counsel has general questions? And just to make sure I understand, then whoever's left from there, we pull in and then we talk about case-specific information, the media items?
Media items, correct.
Okay. And would you envision that during the time we talk about media items, I can also find out their views on capital punishment?
Yeah, it may be that you are able to talk about that with the larger group to a degree. There may be some who appear sensitive to that and prefer to talk about it outside, and we kind of play it by ear. So it's not a subject I'm going to forbid from being discussed in front of the larger group. And you'll have limited time with the individual. So, you need to balance how you're going to use that time.
We may have to see how it plays out, Your Honor, but in my view, talking about the views on capital punishment is fine in a bigger group. My preference would be to be able to get the media items, people that aren't going to make it, to let them go before we do that. I think it would save time to have them gone before we do the capital punishment views. If we know they're not coming, they're not going to stay because of media coverage and those kind of.
I mean, that makes sense.
views,
Ann's right there.
makes more sense to have them go before we start talking about something else. My concern.
I don't
is
think Kohberger's dad's in there. What's up, Upgrade? Let me see.
that media coverage items might find their way into a discussion of capital punishment.
Let's see.
Well, I will make it clear to the jurors that they're not
you
to
talking about this
discuss
guy?
anything they may
You
have
talking
heard in
about-
the media during that general
You talking about
session.
this guy right here?
And we'll play it by
Upgrade?
ear. If it's not working, we can change it.
Yeah, that's not his dad. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
So let's, and this is.
I don't know
very
what the
similar to
fuck
what
this
Judge
is,
Jones
actually.
did, and I think it worked well. They got a jury.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
As much as the attention was in that case, obviously this one seems to have more publicity. But
What's up, Upgrade?
so handling it with first going through the general, because we're going to lose people based on hardship, based on, have they made up their mind? Yes.
Hope
right?
you're doing good,
Stuff.
brother.
So we don't even need to talk to them, and then we can get into the issues, or they may, simply give a view of
Potential
capital
juror.
punishment, and that one, it's clear that they're not qualified either one side of the coin or the other.
Well,
But
Yeah.
if you want to deal more, if they're hedging or you're sensing some concerns, you can use that follow-up time in individual session to
we
follow
still
up,
got months to the juror process.
trying to do that in the public session.
You realize, okay. So let me say this to you.
Any questions about that, just in terms of how the questioning will go?
You know how it says
So my intent in
August
terms of
11th is the trial date? That's when the jury
Public
selection
access
starts.
to the voir dire process.
On the trial, the
is
start
that,
of, that's what the start of the
during
trial
group
is.
Session.
So August 11th will be when they do the jury
Victims
search.
and
It should
family
be.
will be present.
It should be. We'll see.
A small number of public seats will be available. And then it will be streamed to a
July
larger
31st. Okay, there we go.
house for anyone else in the public that wants to watch. It will not be broadcast outside of that closed circuit. Because then I lose control of the recording in the event that a juror's identity is revealed, and then I get all the internet sleuths out there.
Thank you
trying
for
to
thank
figure
you
out
for
who
confirming
everybody
that,
is.
Maria.
And I want to protect the jurors'
July 31st.
privacy as much as possible in that regard. And so this does allow for a public access is the right, but also allows the court to tightly control that process. And then the individual voir dire will be counsel and the defendant only. And there'll be no stream.
Potential jurors' faces and names obviously won't be broadcast.
Correct. The faces will not be broadcast, and you are to only use their scramble number as their identity throughout this. So they will never, you will never speak their name, nor will I or the court. It'll only be by that scramble number, and the camera view will not show their faces.
The juror number by which we'll name them.
Well,
Will that be on them, or does this court use paddles so that their numbers can be held up when we want
They'll
to
have a
serve?
laminated paper, like 8x10 paper that has cardstock laminated that has the number on it.
Thank you.
That's some weird. Like, did these people just start doing courts
It'll
and
be the
shit?
scramble number, not their original reporting number.
Did everybody's career just start or something here? Like, why? That's a weird. I can't believe this
Goal is
is
to
being
try to get through
explained.
4 panels a day, which may not seem like it's much, but I know from the prior trial that they struggled to get 3 a day. So my goal is to try to get to 4 a day, but I want to get at least through 3 panel a day The plan would be is once we get through the number of jurors we need to sit, including alternates and peremptory challenges, plus a few extra in the event something changes before the time we exercise the peremptory challenges. Once we get that number, and let's say that number's 50, that's
yeah,
where
I
we would
guess,
stop and then go to the peremptory challenges. Does that make sense? Any questions about that?
Just to clarify that I understand it, we'll get
I
enough
wonder what
people
Kohberger's saying.
that we get 50 that have not been challenged for cause and then
That have
exercise.
been passed for
peremptories.
cause, correct. So once you get that, if you will, struck panel, then we will exercise the.
I wonder if Ann Taylor,
With respect
I
to
wonder what
the
she
number of
thinks.
jurors.
If she thinks he did it
prior
or
to
didn't do
Friday,
it.
I had intended to use 6 alternates, and after Friday, I intend to use 8 alternates.
agreed, Richard.
For a total of 20.
Yeah, let
That's
that
about
sink
the
in.
maximum that I can fit into the jury box that we intend to use.
Yeah,
Number 20 plus.
I mean, let that
strikes,
sink
which would
in
be
for
12
just-
strikes apiece.
let that
pursuant
sink
to
in.
the
That
rule.
motherfucker was the head
This is to, I think,
public
44.
defender in the whole state, and she, like, you would
so
think that she would
time to
have
get-
this down
get-
already.
50 to 55 that have passed for cause to bring back
Yeah,
for
it
the
probably
peremptory
fucks him up.
challenges in the event that we lose somebody for some reason in between.
You know, part of me, because
Questions about that?
I'm not
process?
100% sure he did it, part of me feels for him right now. His whole life on the line right at this very moment. If he didn't do it, you got to feel for him.
So, and then when we're exercising the challenges.
If he did it,
what I do is I
I
give
wonder
you
what he's thinking. I wonder
a
what he's
time
thinking either
limit
way.
Geared to
I wonder what he's thinking either
the
way.
number of peremptories that you have. So here, for example, you have 12 peremptories, give you each 30 minutes to exercise those. And it's a chess
Most
clock.
defendants do, though, 50.
While the paper is with you, your clock is running.
Most
And once you
most defendants stay silent the entire thing. You know what I mean?
hand it to the bailiff, it stops running and
You're
the other side
supposed to.
starts running. Once you reach your 30 minutes, absent some showing of something happened
You know,
outside your control,
just
then you're
It's smart. Well,
No, that's-
it's not only smart for him, but I kind of feel like people that's never been to court. Like, what are you expecting to do? Be like, hey, bro, well, I got some shit to say. You know what I mean? Just real quick. Most people, because you also don't want to give off the wrong. You don't want to seem. Anything you say, people are going to look at and say, well, that makes him look guilty, or that makes him look not guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like, when you're in this, you got to realize anything you say can and will be used against you. But ultimately, the minute you speak up, you're testifying. And the minute you're testifying, you're now open to cross-examination. Does that make sense? Kohberger cannot speak in court unless he wants to be cross-examined. So no defendant would be smart. No, he can't do that, because the minute he opens up his mouth, Marie, then he's open to cross-examination and questions from the prosecution. And even if you're innocent, a prosecution can make you look guilty. Like, you could say, like, they can be like, what time did you take a shit? You'd be like, well, about 4:30. And then they'll catch you up because maybe the real time you took a shit was 4:45. You see what I'm saying? So, like, prosecution is good at doing that shit. What's up, Denny? So they can make you look like a liar and guilty even if you're not. So, yeah, if you're ever a defendant, you shut the fuck up. You don't say shit.
during the trial to help them understand the process that we will use for juror security, for juror privacy, for reporting, and all of that, to answer any questions they have about that process, so they know where to go to ask questions about the process.
But just in general, once you open your mouth and speak to the court, you're open to cross-examination. That's the point I was trying to make.
So that I don't
Your attorney speaks order,
inadvertently
yes.
hear anything that I shouldn't hear on my own.
What's up, Kelly? How you been? That's why they call it representation. Yep.
I want to stress the importance
And-
of no
and-
contact with the jurors.
And if you look at the documentation, I want you to understand, when they worded the documentation, they worded it as if Bryan Kohberger is the one saying it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like everything that Ann Taylor says, it's as if Bryan Kohberger said it. Do you see my point? Do most guilty defendants confess to their attorneys? Fuck no. Fuck no. He was silent during the plea deal. Yeah, he's definitely not going to be speaking at all. Yeah, you don't know. You definitely don't want to confess to your attorney. Because even though there's attorney-client privilege, attorneys break that shit all the time. But either way, if you murdered people, you don't want to tell nobody that you murdered people. It's not like American Psycho, the movie, where they call up their attorney and it's like, guess what I did? You know what I mean? Real life isn't really like that.
As well as an administrative order that I imagine will be on the court's website.
I mean, I'm sure somebody has, but it's stupid to do it.
Outlining some of that as it relates to outside the courtroom. So my order in this case relates to the courtroom.
But I wonder if Ann Taylor thinks he did it.
I signed as
Like if she
administrative
really
judge,
thinks he's
listed
innocent or
courthouse,
thinks he did it.
At large. Make sure you have reviewed that and make sure your team understand that. There will be
Ain't no
portions
video,
of the
I don't
writing
admit.
that
Yeah,
will
exactly.
admit
Shit,
that
I don't admit the shit
I'll
anyway.
hand to you. So make sure you understand that as well.
Admit you love me. You all right? Pussy all right? It's all right. I'll admit the shit.
I think I told you when you were here to look
Even
at the
then,
facilities.
yeah.
It's important that we
Yep.
know where it is you intend to stay as soon
I
as
got
possible,
video
as
of you
well as
cheating. That's
when
AI,
witnesses
bitch. That's
should be put up,
AI.
et cetera.
I didn't do that shit.
So that
Wasn't
to
me.
the extent that we ultimately may
Wasn't
need
me.
to sequester jurors, which once it goes to deliberation, we will have to at a minimum, that we
Exactly,
steer you
Jimmy.
away from whatever series
Exactly,
of hotels that
Texas.
we've reserved as potentially available for us to use, that you're not there.
That always told me.
So let staff know if you intend to stay at a hotel, if you intend to put witnesses up at a hotel, if you intend to have staff stay at a hotel. Let us know where that's going to be.
Kohberger's like, yeah, let me know where them witnesses is gonna be.
Conference room outside the courtroom.
Did you see
And you'll be
that?
given
I
a
saw
key to
Kohberger's
it.
eyes
You
look.
walk, each day, that nobody, including janitorial staff, will have access to.
Kohberger.
Papers.
The minute they
files
talked
if they'd
about,
like, or
you got to
other
let me know the
materials.
hotels that the witnesses are going to be in. Kohberger's eyes popped up like, yeah, hell yeah, let us know.
As we go along. All right, before we turn to the trial itself, any questions about the jury selection process?
Glad the jury selection process part is done.
Questions, thank you.
That was a boring ride on that one.
So the trial itself, the plan is to go from Monday through Friday
All right.
with the session with the jury beginning at 8:45 each morning,
9 o'clock start time.
ending at 3:30.
All right.
Once we hit a sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase.
There's your answer,
or earlier
sequestered.
in the case, should it become necessary, I will likely extend the hours of the trial to fill up the jurors' days. Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that, and I'm sure they'd rather have their day taken up moving forward on the case. So that is the general plan.
So basically, we're going to be doing this 9 to 5 every day.
Counsel and the defendant dressed, ready to go at 8:15 each morning. From 8:15 to 8:45, if there are issues to discuss, that's when we will do them before trial starts. as I encouraged you when I first started this morning,
Yeah, I don't know why he's not
this-
using a regular human
this would be a
voice.
really good time to discuss anything that you've just uncovered that might be an issue in the case. We will likewise have a period at the end of the day from 3:45 to 4:30-ish to similarly address issues that may be coming up the next day or in the near future.
Said Hitler sounds like a psycho.
At this time, I do not intend to have trial on October 2nd and 3rd.
Why not?
Because of a previous commitment that I have. I had talked to you before about potentially being gone on the 14th and 15th. As of now, I've been able to make alternate plans. So for now, you should plan on being here for trial on those days. Holidays that I could spot quickly on the calendar. include
October
September
14 to
1,
15. Shit.
October
they
13 and November 11.
August 11th, Mountain Man.
So those are,
Goddamn, they expect this. They expect this trial to go last a long fucking
with the
time.
exception that if we are sequestered, we may have trial, and we'll address that as we go. Because I can't send jurors home for the holiday, and so we might as well use the time.
What? Yeah. Hey, Kelly. Yeah,
Any questions about that trial schedule?
they expect this thing. That's what I was asking. Yeah, that's quite a lot of months. It's a long ass trial.
All right, in terms of special needs that you may have for trial, I'm assuming there is no need for us to have interpreters for any witnesses.
No, sir.
Exactly, Richard.
And technology needs, be sure that you make sure whatever technology you intend to use works in the courtroom in which we will be. The best way to do that is to contact Ms. Barrios, the trial court administrator, and reserve a time to come down and try it out. I also suggest that you use on your team somebody that is far more technologically savvy than certainly I would have been in your shoes. Perhaps you are, but it's important to have your own IT kind of person there to deal with any issues that may come up. If you have litigation presentation software and it's not working, you might get a short recess of a few minutes to work it out. But if it's after that,
saying
we're just gonna
tough.
move forward and you'll have to figure out something else to use. So it would behoove you to have staff there that can deal with that. Likewise, in the event that something comes up last minute and there's a need to redact some portion of audio or video or other presentation, that you have somebody there that can do so quickly and knows how to do so quickly.
So audio or video.
And I would encourage you to plan ahead to have alternate versions of such things so that if there is a concern that's unresolved going into it, you have version A and version B you can use depending upon what the outcome of that may be.
I don't understand why anything's
questions about
redacted in the
technology?
middle of a trial.
In terms of what we provide, it will be a overhead, what we call the Elmo device, which is the device where you set a piece of paper down and it projects onto the screen. And then we have a HDMI link for your computer to present whatever you want to from your computer.
Okay.
That's it. That's our technology. So anything beyond that, you'll have to pay.
He's like, we're dumb here in Idaho. Sorry. We ain't really got shit. We're a mom and pop operation going on here, and well, that's good to hear. That's fucking awesome.
Seating in the courtroom, counsel table, and the trial broadcast.
Trial broadcast is what I want to know about. Yeah.
Each side, I think when we toured the courtroom, each side will have two counsel table put together, which should give you, depending on how closely you want to sit together, anywhere from 4 to
I hear that,
5,
though.
maybe 6 seats at that table to use how you wish for yourself and your staff, and in the defense's case, the defendant. As I
Yeah.
also indicated, I would provide a small table behind defense because they're not really,
He's one of them motherfuckers that
close
like
to
be
the
at
bar as
Thanksgiving,
the state would
like
be,
doing this shit. You'd be like, man, shut the speak. Either
table
speak
behind
speak
you
up
where
or shut
you
the
have
fuck up.
staff.
You know,
three
you
staff
know what I'm talking
members.
about? Like that real serious uncle that you're at Thanksgiving with, and he's like, and he's
State,
bent
will
over
have
talking
some
to
room
you,
behind the bar,
whispering, you're
directly
like,
behind them for its staff.
fuck you whispering
What I
for?
need from you are numbers,
Speak the fuck up. I don't
understanding
I don't
the
want your
space that you
mom to
have
hear this.
in the well.
You try,
How many
sounds like
seats
you're
do
trying
you
to
need?
touch me.
How many seats are you requesting, and how many seats do you need?
How many seats?
Are two perhaps different issues, but in terms of
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be
this
right
does not
back.
include, for example, the victim's family or the
About 2 minutes.
defendant's family, but for staff. So apart from the 2 or 3 seats behind you, I'm assuming that's enough for you. For the state, likewise, 3 seats, 4 seats.
We should be able to make that work, Judge.
In terms of reserve seating for the victims, it will be for those statutory victims that was agreed to by the parties. And for the defense's family, it would be those 4 members that were identified in terms of reserve seating. What I would like to do, though, is I suspect that it's maybe that everybody won't be at trial every day. And so what I would like, excuse me, is for those that have reserved seating, in particular the victims, and I should point out I am going to reserve 2 seats for the 2 surviving roommates who are technically victims of the burglary. I don't know whether they would have any desire to be here. I suspect not, given the way they've been treated in the media. But if they do, that they would have seats available. But anybody who has reserved seats, I'm asking that they notify the trial court administrator what their plans are for each week. So if you tell me you're not going to tell the TCA, I would like to know, for example, we're not going to use 3 of the seats on Tuesday, so that we know, so that we can make those seats available for the lottery system, or it's not technically lottery, it's a first-come system on a computerized basis. But so if we don't hear from you and you haven't made arrangements, we will assume that you don't intend to be here. So it's important that each week you let the trial court administrator know. She'll give you an email address if you contact her, where you can send an email to tell us whether you'll need all of your seats or not that week, and which days you won't. That goes for both the victim's family and the defendant's family. Right now, the plan is, and this is subject to change, to have a reserved seating, I don't want to say reserved seat, a seat selection process by which people can go to a website each day and at a certain time, and it's kind of like buying concert tickets, indicate a desire to have a seat, and the first X number that are available that get through will have a seat. It will be necessary to bring identification to show that you are who you are, or are who you say you are, to get into the courtroom. Again, that may be subject to change. I think the intent is for Judge Cawthon to have a town hall meeting with media in June at a date to be determined later to go over sort of what that process looks like so the media is aware and so that then it gets publicized to the general public that would want to be here. My intent at this point is to allow a stream of the trial proceedings controlled by the court.
Beautiful Erica Jane. What's going on, beautiful? Hope you're doing good.
Run on the courts where if
Like
it was
concert
watching
tickets,
today,
yeah.
where it would be today on the court's
Yeah, them.
broadcast page. The views will include counsel.
I got to do something to liven up my Kohberger streams when the trial starts to differentiate me from everybody else that's streaming the actual trial. Ours will be the drinking crowd. You know what I'm saying? Ours will be the drinking crowd.
It'll be the static views.
Before the court goes further, when we're talking about the reserved seating for families in the courtroom, if we
shit.
have some other members of Mr. Kohberger's family that travel and want to attend the trial, can we request an extra seat for a day for them?
We're still talking about these fucking seats.
We probably be able to accommodate a few days here and there.
Yeah.
Seating's going to be very limited, right? And so I don't want to extend that beyond the immediate family as a general rule, but.
Oh, yeah, Dylan
there's
and Bethany are
specific
taking the
day or
stand.
two where there
Did
are
they say
people
that?
are
They didn't say they weren't, did they?
Talk to the trial court administrator, and she'll see what she can do.
In addition to that, we have.
They
one
are
of the
streaming the
persons on our
trial.
Team that would like to have sit with the victim or with Mr. Kohberger's family. It's not somebody who would testify. So if we could have 5 seats, it's somebody who will just assist them. As
Yeah.
The media might try to talk to them a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
That courtroom is barely bigger than my
I'm assuming the
office.
victim witness coordinator.
Barely bigger than my office here.
As well, so.
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrios' office to let her know.
Are you talking about one per family?
You don't expect him to
Hopefully not
show?
like that, but we're going to need to split at least.
He doesn't expect Dylan and did I miss that? Did you just say the judge said he didn't expect Dylan and Bethany to show up to court?
Ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand. I believe we mentioned this in at least.
Did y'all just say he said that?
State anticipates.
I missed that.
We may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other.
Yeah, it probably doesn't relate to them testifying.
That public live stream where their images could be captured and done.
I see what he's saying.
In the media world.
I see what he's saying. He didn't say he didn't expect him to testify. He said he doesn't expect him to sit in the court during the trial, right? So they'll probably come in from outside, testify, and then leave. That makes sense.
I have
I assume that's what he means.
small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be
Yeah, it has to be what he means.
desirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis.
Exactly,
The
Goebbels.
court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
Protective custody. Much.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and we've had people who have expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and try to figure out people that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face while they testify.
What?
And we may approach the court with a stipulation for certain numbers of them.
What?
Well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated I think the 2 roommates are victims.
What?
There is a compelling interest to protect them. And so
Fuck that.
typically when media is present, they're not permitted to photograph or video victims that may be in the courtroom. If the victim
They're not
requests it,
victims, though.
face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that,
We don't get to see the fucking Dylan at all.
I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me. Because I think there is public interest at play here.
Public interest, you goddamn right it is.
And so we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Way bigger than anyone may think.
As for anyone else, you're going to have to really convince me because of the public's right.
No, I don't think they had anything to do with it. But
Their hesitancy can be overborne with a subpoena.
but I feel like if you're testifying,
Subpoenas are for. So
you need to attach your name and your
disinclined to do
face to
that
your
in general
testimony.
For other witnesses, as you can see, I'm even hesitating with people that may have a line of work that is undercover if they weren't undercover in this case. So
Undercover, okay.
other folks who may be shy, probably I'm going to have to weigh heavily the public interest there.
Your Honor, I wonder if the same could be accomplished with a room.
I don't
where
argue against
there
hot
would be a
chicks,
fee
so
for certain
maybe you're right, Erica.
testimony
Maybe you're
to a
right.
larger group. And it's still a public open courthouse,
Shouldn't have even threatened
and live
Yeah.
streaming something that gets captured for millions of viewers that lives on for a very long time might be different. And I can work with the state and then give the court a little bit more on that, but off the top of my head, that's what I'm.
Why are we sitting here discussing
Gonna have to
keeping
be a very
shit from
compelling
us?
reason to do it. So aside from victims, you know, while we are open in the sense that the people in the courtroom, the likelihood is we can't fit everybody in there that wants to be in there. And if I start not broadcasting the
Yeah.
testimony, the full testimony of
Yeah, you can't be censoring shit. We
who
want to
would
see
otherwise
it.
prefer not to,
We want to see it all.
that's going to fill up, that's going to be a large number quickly. And the best way that we have to ensure that the public is accepting of whatever verdict that may be reached in this case is for
That's
the
right.
public to have the ability to see
All of
the
it.
evidence.
All of it. I want to see every fucking bit.
So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you're going to have to really convince me.
No, just say no. Just say no. Stop with the bullshit. I can't believe we waited all this time. Now they're sitting there having a discussion
Any
about
questions
what they're going to
about,
keep from us
either
again.
seating, or broadcasting?
They've kept the whole fucking trial from us. I mean, the whole fucking evidence. They've kept everything from us.
All right, let's
Well, to be
move
fair, so does the
opening
prosecution.
Statements.
There's no reason we shouldn't get to see Dylan Mortensen. I want to see her and Bryan Kohberger looking
Start
right
with
at
what
each
you've
other.
Probably figured out by now.
I want to see that
You're
shit.
not tolerant of argument during opening statement.
What?
So if somebody is arguing and there is an objection, it will be sustained.
Exactly, Gobbles.
Please don't do it. What I would like you to do is, by about the time that we're meeting again to select jurors, let me know what you estimate the time you need for your opening is. I will then look at that request.
Problem is, Kelly, there's no
give you
probable
a time
cause
allotment
that they
based on
intentionally
consideration of that request. Each side will be given the
waited
same
to
amount
call
of
because they
time.
didn't know it. I mean, because they knew it.
And
You know what I
will
mean?
hold you to it.
You got to prove that they knew it and then didn't
In other
call.
words, if you tell me it's going to take an hour, I'm not going to tell you you only have 30 minutes, right? But if you tell me you want 5
Yeah.
hours, I might
I
have some
do,
questions
Daryl.
about that. But if you tell me you need an hour and I give both sides an hour, in about an hour, you're going to hear me say, counsel, you've got 5 minutes left.
Yeah, Dylan is all right. Dylan just got one of them wide mouths. You know what I mean? You ever see? You know what I'm talking
Use
about?
of exhibits or
One of them Joker mouths.
potential exhibits during opening statement. Because exhibits are not pre-admitted,
Exactly as
stipulated to.
SMMM.
There has to be an agreement to show the exhibit during the opening. Hopefully you.
Valid
both
point,
work
Erica.
Together knowing what is coming in and isn't coming in, particularly where there's an agreement that something's coming in, other than spite, there's no good reason to not agree to it because the shoe will be on the other foot, so to speak, down the road. So courteous typically pays off with reciprocal courtesy, so work together on
Motherfucker
that.
said wide mouth bass.
Technically, if it's not admitted, which nothing is by the time of opening, and there's an objection to using it, I would likely sustain it. For that reason, it's important that if you're going to use, for example, like a PowerPoint or something like that, that you share that with the other side at least 72 hours in advance so that they have a chance to review
Yeah,
it. And then
Dylan, no question, is one of them people, the doggy
work out
style
any
only.
concerns they have and lodge any objections that can't be worked out with me.
No doubt about it. Dylan is a doggy style only. Because even in pleasure, smiling, I don't care what it is, Dylan's sex faces has to be horrible. You know what I'm saying? Now, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want to see him. Turn your ass over. The rest of her is all right.
I haven't given you a ruling by that time, and you're coming into openings without yet having a ruling. I suggest you have more than one version ready to go.
You got to turn your fucking... You got to roll over.
Anticipates the objection.
You know I ain't lying.
Anticipates it being sustained. Let me reiterate again, please do not argue during opening statements or in voir dire, I should mention as well. Make a request at the beginning of your opening to enter the well, and it will be granted. However, an invitation and permission to be in the well is not permission to invade the personal space of jurors. So understand that and stay a few feet back, at least from the bar of the jury.
I ain't trying to do it. I ain't trying to see... nope. Nope.
If you are
Nope.
going to use a PowerPoint or some other presentation, you need to choose at the beginning of your presentation
Nope.
whether you want the lights
I don't
on
want
or
to see her
off,
come face.
and they will remain
at
that
all.
way throughout your opening, rather than turning them on and off again.
How come you never make me come? Well, because I don't want to see what the fuck you look like when you come. I'm just in and out.
To see what that looks like, to see if you want it on or off. Any questions about openings? All right. Next, I have witnesses. Before we do that, let's take a break. We'll take 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Be back.
Son of a bitch.
All rise.
Ah, man. All right, we'll wait. So we got to wait for them to come back. We got 10 minutes. Shoot our shit. So I'll just leave it on and we'll hear them when they come back. So far, really ain't shit. Obviously, for you guys that's been maybe in and out, what we've been doing is we've been talking about the seating. They talked about the jury. They don't think, what's up, Candace? How you doing, beautiful? Hope you're doing well. She can wear BK's mask. Yes. Yes, she can. Haven't been up on the new Judge much. JB, you like him much more than... I like John Judge better. John Judge, I feel like, seemed less biased towards the prosecution. This judge clearly is, clearly represents the state. You know what I'm saying? And in my opinion, Kelly said, I can't stand a creepy whisper. Yeah, no, it's horrible. It's the last pretrial hearing. These are generally boring. Yes, but we're getting the odds and ends. Judge was too soft in my opinion. See, I feel like, well, Maria, I would assume you've been he's guilty since the beginning of this, right? So I think that's where it is. As John Judge, I feel, was more open to everything. I feel like, okay, John Judge, I felt like was in the middle, was a very much so unbiased judge. This judge, I feel, is heavily leaning towards the prosecution throughout majority of this. Now, luckily for me, that doesn't matter, especially come trial, because the jury is the one that makes the fucking decision. No, I actually wasn't. I just feel when AT ripped into him, he leaned. Well, yeah. Whereas this judge doesn't listen to Ann Taylor at all, for the most part. And I think that a good judge is willing. Okay, let me rephrase it. I feel like John Judge believed in the innocent until proven guilty mantra. I do not. I believe this judge right here I believe he already thinks Bryan Kohberger is guilty. Does that make? I think that's probably the best way to put it. I think this judge already believes Kohberger's guilty. Does that make sense? So let's see here. Heather says, "Can we please nickname Hitler Gargamel officially?" That's funny. I'm sitting here waiting for Smurfs to pop out. Gargamel is interesting. Judge sounds better, but Hitler lifted the gag order a bit, and I agree with that. He's done the same. I haven't seen him do it to the prosecutor, honestly. There may have been some shit I missed. So I just think, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Hitler believes that Kohberger is guilty, and it shows. I feel like John Judge was like, well, I guess we'll see. We'll see. And I think that's the difference between the two, at least in my eyes. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because in the end, this isn't a bench trial, so the jury will decide. The only reason it matters a little bit is because he dictates what comes in to that the jury sees. Yeah. But the thing about it is if he dictates what the jury sees, that could be for instance, we can look at the Delphi case. The Delphi case was the same way. And the Delphi judge, even though I think Richard Allen's guilty because he confessed to it, the Delphi judge was the same. When you are the judge, you control what that jury sees and what it doesn't. Like, you dictate whether something's admissible or not. And I think that's where a judge can have an effect, if he's biased in any way. Hitler is the judge your attorney doesn't want to take it up in front of. They pick a date to get a John Judge type. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, is judge is more friendly to the suspect, to the defense. Judge is more friendly to the defense than Hitler. And I think that's the best way to put it. And it's hard to I think that's what we're looking at. I think that's the best way to categorize it. It's just John Judge is more friendly to the defense than Hitler is. So I think that's an accurate way of putting it. So the nature of it is. It is. I mean, it's the state versus, right? It's the state versus Bryan Kohberger. So Bryan Kohberger, unfortunately, or any defendant, it's you against this whole group of the people known as the state. So yeah, I mean, JB, would Bethany Funk get to show her face? No, I mean, if she may want her face hidden too. It's very possible. I don't believe these people should be able to. I believe that if you're testifying against someone, you should be presented. I don't believe in secret witnesses. I don't believe in witness secrecy. I don't even believe in grand jury secrecy. I don't believe in executioner secrecy. I don't believe in any of that. I feel like that if you are attaching your name to something that alters someone else's life, your name, face, all of that. Well, they received a lot of hate because of the 8 hours. There are many people that don't understand the 8 hours. Hell, I still don't. You know what I mean? I'm not like the people that believe it's a crime and they should be charged. But I definitely believe that since so much of this case they attributed to the bushy eyebrows and the eyewitness, I believe she should have to stand on her what she's saying. And I believe that she should have to say the shit publicly, which she will be. I believe all of us should get to see it. It's the way it works. All of us saw Sammy the Bull Gravano when he told on John Gotti. You see what I'm saying? All of us saw that shit. I think that when we're an adult and we're talking about people's lives on the line, I think everything should be out and open. I don't believe in gag orders. I don't believe in anything that keeps this shit secret. You see what I'm saying? I don't believe in secret witnesses, secret experts, gag orders, any of this shit. This is all public information. I don't believe there should be a Freedom of Information Act just to get shit. I believe that we should already know. I don't believe I should have to fill out paperwork to get information that's already mine to begin with. You know what I mean? When they talk about freedom of information, there shouldn't be a specific document that I should have to fill out to get information that's already free to me anyway. It's supposed to be. You know what I mean? So I've never liked secrecy. I hate what they're doing with the JFK files. I hate what they're doing with Epstein. We paid these people. Them, you know what I mean? They make you pay for police reports. Yeah, which is crazy. We already pay for police reports. It's called taxation. That pays the goddamn police officers. You know what I'm saying? Like that. We pay for it anyway. In case you don't know, we're still waiting. I'm waiting for them to come back. Those coddling those 2 girls. Yeah, they're coddling. Yeah. I don't believe it. I don't believe they should at all. I believe that they're adults. They've made their statements. They're going to testify. They're going to come to court with intentions on putting Bryan Kohberger to death. Always look a man in the eyes before you kill him. And I think that if you're going to try to get someone put to death, you need to say it with your fucking chest. You need to stand up, testify that shit loudly, and everybody should get to hear it and see it. Because whether you like Kohberger, believe he did it, don't believe he did it, doesn't matter. His life is on the line. That's a human life that's on the line. And I think that all of us, even if you think he's guilty, we should all support that if we're going to send that man off to the fucking death, to the fucking shooting squad or whatever we're going to do, that everything should be straight up, straightforward. You know what I mean? That's what I think. And I think that everybody should feel that way. I don't like any of this fucking bullshit secrecy. You know what I mean? And Joey says not guilty. Take responsibility for the actions of words, yeah. Matt's, yeah, man, yeah. No, that's just my take, man. You know, not everybody's going to agree with me. Not everybody's going to agree with me. Wharton says, do you think the judge was just meaning that no one can harass or take pics of them? Or did he actually say it will not be seen? I think what he's saying is that he assumes they won't want to be on camera or because he considers them victims, or sitting in the courtroom when they're not testifying. Does that make sense? You know, basically when they was talking about, why does he suck, Joey? Let us know. When he was talking about the seating arrangements, essentially what he was trying to put permanent seats for witnesses or whatever. And he said the victims, they're probably not going to want to sit in the courtroom other than when they're testifying anyway. That's the way I took it, what he was saying. What's he suck for, Joey? What does he do? What did he do to you? Let us know. What did he do, Paco? Tell us more. I mean, I do like John Judge better than him, but what is it? Tell me why you think he sucks. I'm listening. Three bullet justice. What's up? I'm curious what was stolen in his burglary. There was nothing stolen. Burglary is not theft. Ginger. Burglary is not theft. When you're charged, okay, let me show you something. When you're charged with burglary, it is breaking and entering, is defined as unlawfully entering a structure with the intent to commit a crime. You see what I'm saying? When you're talking about burglary, breaking and entering is defined as unlawfully entering a structure with the intent to commit a crime inside it. That's what burglary is. He's pro Idaho. He might as well be on the prosecution team. Well, every judge is pro the state. But yeah. If he doesn't make Dylan show her face, he's soft as Charmin. I agree. The only thing, it been woman judge better? No. So Joey, you think that putting a woman in there? Okay, I'm going to counter what you're saying. You think a woman judge would be less biased in a murder case of fucking 3 teenage or college girls? That's like putting a woman in charge of a rape case. You don't think that a woman judge, women who genuinely think more emotionally anyway, you don't think a woman judge would be a little bit, you know what I mean? He said, I'm day drinking after night drinking. Yeah, I'm waiting on my shit to get picked up. I'm going to try to day drink as well. Hope they have proof that he broke in. Yeah. I mean, clearly, if he's found guilty of murder, he had to get in there somehow. There's no way BK did this crime by himself. Why not? He was framed by who? Okay, listen. Listen. If you're gonna make the claims, you gotta elaborate on it. You say there's no way BK did it by himself. Why not? Why is there no way? And then you said he was framed. By whom? And for what reason? Joey says BK will win this case, guaranteed. I will bet you $10,000 he doesn't win this case. I will bet you $10,000 that Bryan Kohberger gets found guilty. BK, I guess they're going to need to show video or pictures of him breaking into the house, right? With all the technology today? No, there is no. It has been 3 or people you didn't. Okay, you have to explain what you're saying. Where did you get this? It has been 3 of people did this or whatever you're trying to say. It's possible they just haven't proved it yet, people. Exactly. I'll bet you $10,000 he'll win it on appeal. He said he'll win on an appeal. For what reason? What would he win? Tell me what it is that he would win an appeal based on. This is the problem. Is because they just repeat talking points. I'm giving you guys a chance to tell me why you feel the way you feel. I can articulate the reason I feel like I feel. What are you saying, though? Later on, Texas. I'm still waiting on this thing to pop back up. I'm waiting on it. There's so much reasonable doubt that there should have been a Frank's hearing, and there's so many people lying. Who's lying about what? Frank's, I agree there should have been a Frank's hearing. Yeah, they're not going to let him off. Agreed, Mountain Man. Yeah, there was a Frank's hearing, says Marie. Peel could be one on shit police. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Could be. Could be. And Taylor will win this case. All right, I'm going to block you if you just keep repeating yourself. If you're not going to explain to me what you're saying, just leave. And stop repeating yourself. Stop spamming the chat. We get it. You think he's going to win. I'm asking you, in what reason? What's your reasoning? State your position and how you got there. The lead investigator, Corporal Payne, their PCA was all bullshit. It wasn't all bullshit. Clearly, it wasn't all bullshit. There was some bullshit, though. SMM says, I'm so happy to have found your page. All these other streamers on the case over the past few years are fake. And you always keep it real. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Very much so. Oh, man, it's okay. It's okay, Joey. It's all right. It's all right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Very much. Are you the guy on Reddit that claims to work for AT? Yeah, no, that's Paco. Paco claims, that's Paco up there. Paco claims to work for Ann Taylor. I think it's Paco. I'm pretty sure it's Paco. It might be Joe. No, I'm pretty sure it's Paco. If I remember right, just from my stream the other day, I'm pretty sure it's Paco. Yeah, but thank you so much, SMM3. Appreciate you, man. Very much, man. Kelly says JB's the bomb. All right. So, let's see. Yeah, we're still waiting on it to come back. It's on. I'm waiting. So I work for Ann Taylor too? Yeah, no. I told you, man. Like I told you guys in the stream the other day, man, some of these motherfuckers are wild. JB, when the trial start? August 11th. From what I'm hearing, jury selection July 31st. The trial starts August 11th. So, the amount of cope that we see, you know, and it happens a lot with the people. When you ask them, will be live trial on YouTube? Yes, I'll be streaming it here. Do you think Ann will have alternate perpetrators? Not at all. Paco, if Ann had alternate perpetrators, she would have already stated them and we'd already hear about them. This has been 3 years in. Daryl says, JB, why didn't law enforcement try to have the tire tracks left by the Elantra to BK's car subsequent to his arrest and confiscating his car? Okay. Why didn't law enforcement try to have the tire tracks left by the Elantra to BK's car subsequent? Okay, I'm not understanding your question, bro. You're saying why didn't they do what with the tire tracks? K-Dub says, hey, JB, hey, Gun Squad, hope everybody's good. Where's the know-it-alls? Oh, you know they're around. You know. Oh, we're good. We're just waiting on them to come back from break on the trial. Just waiting on them to come back from break. That's pretty much all we're doing at the moment. Look, man. People, I still pretty much live by my same position, is that I think people are way too attached to this shit. Like, he's either definitely guilty or definitely not guilty. I think there's reasonable doubt either way. And that's as someone that's followed this case inside and out since the beginning of it. I mean, what I got on this channel, 250 videos for them. And I don't do just 10-minute videos or 8-minute videos. I got 250 long-form videos on this case. And that is why if he's feeling guilty, he will get off on appeal. And what is? Because you think there's alternate perpetrators? Is that what you're saying? You think there's alternate perpetrators? Is that what you're saying? Who do you believe the alternate perpetrators are? If you believe, and I say this because if you would bring up alternate perpetrators, that means you believe there is alternate perpetrators. And if you believe there is alternate perpetrators, I'd like you to know, no, we don't know. Don't start this. We have to wait and see. God damn it. You're the one that brought it up. Do you believe there's alternate perpetrators or not? There's a reason you brought it up. I was over there ear hustling the Diddy show. I would have rather been here. They just beating dead horses over there on that YouTube shit. Oh, the Diddy shit? Yeah, no, Diddy shit is bullshit. Garbage. Yeah. The judge wanted to bring it up evidence. She brought it up. The judge wants to bring evidence. She brought it up into court. My point, are you saying that you believe there's alternate suspects? The alternate, yeah. I mean, we'd have to hear it today. They're not going to bring it up at trial. Why it took 8 hours to call, JB? Because I think they were getting rid of drugs. Our deadline was yesterday. Yeah, then it has to be discussed. Look, unless he's already made a decision and it's all going to be, yeah, no, clearly they were cleaning up or getting rid of something they didn't want the police to see. That's what I believe. Ann Taylor would not have said it in court if she didn't believe it. Man, that's bullshit. Of course she would have. You think attorneys only file shit if they believe it? An attorney's job is to beat the case, win the case. You don't even know if Ann Taylor thinks he's innocent. It's called throwing spaghetti, exactly. You know? I'll give you an example. When I was on dating apps, I would copy and paste the same hello, beautiful, blah, blah, blah message to 100 people. Just throwing it all at the wall. Did I really believe that I thought they all were beautiful, blah, blah, blah? No, it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. You send out that mass message to 100 different people. A certain amount of people will listen. I used to be into sales. The goal in sales was to be able to. The goal was to be able to talk to and pitch 20 to 30 out of 100 people, and then you have to sell 10. If you can sell 10% in any avenue, you're successful. JP, did you see Dateline the other night? Yes. Daryl said, sorry, JB, my question was, why didn't law enforcement attempt to match the tire tracks from the Elantra to the thread on BK's? They might have, though. They do that all the time on forensic files. They might have. It may just be something we don't know yet. They might have tried to match them. What if BK had blown a sting operation by Vladimir's opinion? You just made that completely up. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, JB. Come on. Yeah, everybody is. That was all a bunch of bullshit talk about throwing things at the wall. Like what? What about the Dateline didn't you get? What about it? All I'm saying is when it comes to Ann Taylor, trust me, just because she's defending someone doesn't mean she believes A, what he's saying, and then B, every filing that she files is to win the case. It doesn't mean she believes what she's saying. I guess my question is if you believe that there's an alternate suspect, who do you believe it is and why? He was trying to impress his teachers, pictures of girls on college kids. So let me get this straight. You believe he was trying to impress his teacher with pictures of college girls on a cell phone? That doesn't even make sense. You believe that the reason he had pictures of chicks on his phone was to impress his teacher? Have you done your own research? No, of course you have. No, that's what Dateline was showing. I think you didn't understand the thing that they were saying. Bryan Kohberger had pictures on his phone, but I don't think that was to impress anyone. Are you saying you don't believe Bryan Kohberger had pictures on his phone? She was doing her job. She's supposed to take all the evidence that can hurt this case, have his case thrown out. Exactly. Yeah, the Dateline was showing it because the dude had pictures on his phone. They showed the exact picture that was on his phone. He had college girls on his phone. Shit, I got pictures on my phone. No, he was looking up Ted Bundy, and that's the reason he loves Ted Bundy. Well, no, that's not what they said. They said he was looking up Ted Bundy. He's a criminology student, of course. Of course he looked up Ted Bundy. And they were saying he loved pretty girls. Well, of course he loved pretty girls. There's nothing here. Okay, he loved pretty girls. No, I saw the whole documentary. You see this phone, this pictures? He liked pretty girls. And the girls that died were also pretty. That's accurate. But that's not what they were presenting. He's not a fag. Everybody here that's not a homosexual has pictures of chicks on their phone. And they were showing the reasons why he would have done this. Yeah, he's the suspect. You're mad at Dateline because they're not the fucking snack cake conspiracy theorists? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. That's why I'm saying it's all bullshit. It's all circumstantial bullshit. Yeah, that's exactly right. It is bull. I mean, it is circumstantial. But they didn't make it up. Yeah. You understand that 80% probably of the people believe he did this crime. He's the suspect. There's no one else is being accused of the crime. That's not the only piece of evidence that they have. At all, that's not. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence. A lot of it. But yeah, Dateline is an entertainment show. It's not a fucking court document. The point is expected, but looking up serial killers is creeper. He's a student of criminology. Yeah. He didn't save them. They were viewed by him. But yeah. Shit, I've also watched probably thousands of videos on him. He threw all the circumstantial evidence on one piece of maybe evidence. The thing that makes JB the realist is that after the latest evidence, he was man enough to admit he thinks he's probably guilty. Yeah, absolutely. Most murder convictions are based on circumstantial evidence. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. My position on this is very simple, man. And that's, the conspiracy theorists in the case, you got to realize that you're the small, and I know this because I was one of you. You're the small minority, man. I think that if you polled 8 out of 10 people, or let's go with a higher number, if you polled 1,000 people, I'm willing to say 900 people out of 1,000 people would say they think he's guilty based on what's been presented to them. You know what I mean? So you're so funny. I love it. Yeah, it kind of is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the things that like no way, not on the East Coast. I live on the East Coast, and yes, that's how delusional you are. That's how delusional you are. You think the majority thinks he's not guilty. The majority believes he's guilty. And I know a lot of police officers that I talk to, and they all believe he's innocent. I bet. But we haven't committed murders. Mm-hmm. I'm standing by my not guilty, but everyone can. You got to realize only the online sector, and only online are people like this. In real life, people tend to think he's guilty. And even if you use online, listen, only a couple of us YouTubers have the not guilty audience. Harsh Reality, myself, that ravioli fella, that gay woman, what's her name? Leia, whatever the fuck her name is. Only about 4 or 5 of us have the not guilty audience. Everybody else covering this case, if you go to their audience, JLR, Gary Hughes, whatever the fuck his name is, you go to anybody else, their entire audience is like guilty, 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 guilty. You see what I'm saying? Her name is Lana. I don't give a fuck what her name is. She's gay, right? Not my type of people. His actions don't shine bright for his innocent. Yeah. Yeah, whatever her name is. Whatever. Anyway, my point that I'm trying to make is that there's only a few audiences that has, as they call us, pro burgers. The whole rest of the world thinks he's guilty. The whole rest of, what the hell do we mean J-Lo? You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying the whole rest. What the hell is Kitty talking about? I don't know if J-Lo is gay. I don't think so. Nobody said JLR was gay. You know what? I hope this thing comes on so I can get the fuck off here and go drink my 5th. Nobody said JLR was gay. What the fuck are you people talking about? JB is correct. Most of the internet. Nobody said JLR was gay. Do you motherfuckers not listen? We were talking about the little little gay lady. Lana, Leah, whatever the fuck her name is. That's what we were talking about. Where the fuck did JLR come up? No, it's not half and half on the internet. You have to understand there's only a few channels that have an audience that is not guilters. There's very, very few. If you go to Gray Hughes' channel and look in his chat room, everybody's a guilter. If you go to JLR's channel and look at his chat, everybody's a guilter. If you go to, there's only, but Kitty, you have to follow along. You have to actually listen to the conversation. They watch everything you get kicked off if you say the wrong thing. They watch everything you get. What the fuck are you saying, Paco? YouTube separates it? What do you mean? Okay. Separates what? And yes, I know you people can get kicked off. This is my 100th channel. I've had 3 channels with 100,000 subs. Trust me. No, Kitty, because if you were following along, you would already know we were talking about Lana. We were talking about the groups that have not guilter audiences. And then we were talking about the people that had guilter audiences. The not guilter audiences is The not guilty audiences are mine, Harsh's, the little gay Leah or whatever her name is, that little bald dyke bitch, the other one that has half her fucking hair shaved off. You see what I'm saying? And then the little ravioli fella. The people, the other half, are the people like JLR, Gary Hughes, whatever the fuck his name, you know what I mean? Those people. Grizzly is decent. I'd snack her. Oh, yeah, I like Grizzly. Full on JB. Some of these motherfuckers stuck on stupid today? Of course they are. What's up, Sammy? How you doing, beautiful? Beautiful Sammy. Hope you're doing well. Other creators block you if you don't agree. I don't block people because we don't agree with it. Yeah, I don't give a shit if they're losing it because I call a dyke a dyke. I don't give a fuck. I call a fag too. Give a shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to hear me talk about the Taiwanese. Shit. I call her so. Yeah, I hear you there, Marie. Yeah. DW says if you say BK is not guilty, you get put on timeout. No, it's not true. Not here at all. And I've said, you got to remember, I've made BK is not guilty videos for 2 years straight. I wasn't put in timeout. But if you're talking about in those other audiences, yeah, all I'm saying is I think that Emma and Demetrius disappeared. Where'd you expect them? Where do you want them to be? Cracking on your IPA in your honor. You got me dying laughing over here. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting on my goddamn fifth. BK ain't pimping any no more, Jamie. I bet you he gets more letters and money from women than you do, Paco. Thank you, Marie. I bet you Bryan Kohberger gets more bitches and more letters and more money from women than you do, Paco. What you mean Bryan Kohberger ain't pimping? I bet you he gets more nudes and more pictures and more letters than you get. He gonna be rich? No, he's not gonna be rich. How's he gonna be rich for what? And now I'm actually, right now what I'm about to do, right now what's about to happen, I want you to explain to the audience how he's going to be rich. Watch how this works. Watch how this works. They fucked his career up. They fuck his life up. So you think that means what? Do you think everybody that gets arrested and then found not guilty gets rich? They certainly aren't hanging around the courthouse hoping to be the alt perp. Yes. So Bloom first, college ringleader second, and then the state of Idaho. Okay, I'm going to ask you this one more time, Paco, because I don't think you understand how life works and how the legal system works. Do you think that you can just get out and sue people because you were found not guilty? Do you think that's how it works? Do you understand? In my lifetime, I think I've got 103 victories and only 3 losses. If what you're saying is true, you are saying that I could have sued and won big and been rich. I could have sued the state 103 times for all the charges that I beat. What rights were violated, Paco? What rights were violated? Please tell me. What rights were violated? K-Dub said, exactly, I wish he could hear the jail calls and messages. I know they're lacing his books. Of course they are. I've put money on Kohberger's books before. That was back in the old days. Don't hold it against me. Was the biggest issue being addressed today in the hearing? Just asking. Well, they've talked about, they're laying out the trial that's coming. Defamation, libel, and state lawsuits are extremely hard to prove. Exactly. 3 years of his life. That's not the way it works, man. That's not the way it works. That's not how it works. Movie deals, book deals. That's the only way he could possibly get rich. But you can't get that in prison. You can't get movie and book deals in prison. That's not the way it works. And someday you'll understand that. Someday you'll understand that. The civil lawyers are vicious. Yes, I'm telling you, you're wrong. You don't get to just get rich because you beat a case. That's not the way life works, man. If that was the case, I'd be Bill Gates. Because I'm almost undefeated in legal court. Criminal cases. Almost undefeated. No, it's not over. They're still doing a break, Erica. Trust me. You don't get to sue the state just because you were found not guilty. It's not the way it works. This kid finished all his schooling. Yeah, but none of that matters. He was about to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Right, but that doesn't matter. And then he got caught up and arrested. Kelly says, look, I work on real life defamation libel appeals for criminal offense. It's not easy, exactly. It's nowhere near easy. You have to understand, Paco, there's this thing called probable cause. A grand jury, I want you to understand. I want you to understand, Paco. Do you understand why the state of Idaho cannot be sued for him being arrested? Let me explain to you why. Do you understand that? Do you understand who indicted Bryan Kohberger? Do you know who indicted Bryan Kohberger? And it was all bullshit. They have no proof of him. No, you're just spurging out. Do you know who indicted Bryan Kohberger? I'm going to put this whole thing to rest right now. Do you understand, Paco? Can you tell me who indicted Bryan Kohberger? That's all I want to know from you. That's all I want to know from you. We are still waiting on this thing to come back. They were only supposed to take 10 minutes. I'm waiting, Paco. You've been talking all this time. Can you answer my question? Who indicted Bryan Kohberger? A secret jury in Idaho. You mean a grand jury? Okay, there's no such thing as a secret. You mean a grand jury? Now, let me ask you, do you know what a grand jury consists of? Let me get this up here so I can. Do you know what a grand jury consists of? Just curious. That's okay. I'm gonna ask you. And they pushed it through and didn't tell him about all the evidence on the male unknown blood. No. You're not, none of that. They are back, JB. Oh, shit. Let me plug it up. Oh. Some bitch.
An objection or in response to an objection, simply ask to approach and we will
Thank you. Thank you, beautiful.
have that discussion. I'm sure by the
Real
end
quick.
of the trial we'll have to
A grand jury is a group of citizens, okay? I just want to make that clear. A group of citizens indicted Bryan Kohberger.
before the court reporter will have a device like this that
Citizens.
will allow her to hear through her earphones.
That's what a
we're
grand
saying.
jury is.
There will be white noise that's played in the courtroom so the jury and others cannot hear what we're talking about. There will be a physical barrier that blocks most of the view
All right, I'm
of
gonna
the
go
jury
smoke.
from
I'll
what
be
we're
right back.
talking about at the bench that's rolled out so that they
Be
can
right back.
see. And we can have fairly fulsome whispered discussions here at the bench about that, whatever the issue may be. I have found in, doing this for far longer than I care to remember that when I send the jury away to hear argument on an objection, what might take 3 minutes to have the argument on takes 12 to 15 minutes to get the jury back again. and then we lose a lot of time throughout the day that way. And so my preference is, as much as possible, to have those discussions here at the bench. Now, if it's a very significant issue that requires much more legroom, so to speak, to talk about it, then I will chase them out of the room, but I prefer not to handle the more routine stuff. One of the things about, I've had counsel before who confuse the idea of the need to make a record with the need to get my ruling and then offer a rebuttal to it. That is not making a record, that is making a rebuttal. And at least until it goes over to State Street, I get the last word, and not you. And so I don't generally afford that opportunity. So if after I rule and you tell me you need to make a record, it truly needs to be a record on something that for some reason you were unable to make when you had the opportunity to do so, and not simply to see what my ruling is and then try to pick it apart. I will reiterate what I started with, is I don't like surprises. If you anticipate an objection or you anticipate objecting to testimony you certainly know is coming, let's talk it over before the witness hits the stand, before the jury's in the box, so that I have as much time as possible to be prepared, so I can give you as best a ruling as I can, and so that you can make as best an argument as you can. If you anticipate the potential impeachment of a witness by prior testimony, whether that's grand jury testimony, whether that is transcribed witness interviews, whatever it might be, please get that to me before the witness hits the stand, and preferably towards the start of the trial, so that I have that available, so I can have read it before the witness testifies, so that when you then ask to either impeach or to refresh recollection or whatever it might be, I will have read that testimony. Don't be mistaken in your belief that I have all that testimony. If it, for example, happened with Judge, I don't necessarily have all those transcripts, so get them to me. Or if I do, they're in one of 100 boxes somewhere back there.
Your Honor, if they've been supplied with exhibits and the purpose was just for that, will that be enough for the court, or should I have an extra transcript at the start of the day if I think I need it on paper for it?
So let me know as far as advance and possible, and I will have staff look for that. But otherwise, it's probably safest just to provide me an actual copy of it.
Thank you.
While I'm thinking of it, because I'm in my mind envisioning the materials from grand jury that we have here, the state did file a motion to get back its exhibits for use at trial. I assume there's no objection to that?
Correct. No objections.
All right. Mr. Thompson, if you may make arrangements with staff here to get those while you're here.
Carol, I think everybody should be just like you.
And I assume you have replacements you have or will get to me for the.
That motherfucker said hi, gun, as if he don't know that's me. Anyways, Carol, I think everybody should be just like you. In terms of, you should never proclaim somebody to be guilty until you're convinced he's guilty. Everybody should be just like you with that.
Or get together a set of photographs. Or
That's how we end up with a
copies of
fair
the
justice
exhibits
system.
and exchange
Fair
those with
juries.
exhibits, or take the exhibits, document them, and then give the clerk what we've documented. We're happy to do it either way.
Well, my only fear is that you take the exhibit and then I don't know what the record is of what it actually looked like. Not to suggest that you would be involved in any chicanery and switching something out, but just trying as best I can to preserve that record.
Understood. So we probably will not pick them
Okay.
up on this trip, but we will make arrangements to have that done certainly well before trial.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of
Trinidad.
chicanery. I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and
Looks like
supported
Gardner.
by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that, to be professional. Don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the
Looks like
session's
those
going,
garden
everything
gnomes.
goes through the court as it's,
Y'all crazy, man.
as you know, the protocol with courts generally is. Refer to each other by professionally.
I've never seen any proof of
Mr.
that,
Thompson,
SMM.
Not by first name.
I wish I had.
While we're on the record. Again, avoid making accusations that you don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under
Never
no
seen a movie,
circumstances
Bravo
should you
Fear.
make such accusations.
I
in
believe
front
I
of a
have.
jury.
I don't remember it in depth, though. Focus on reminds me of mistake. Yeah, fuck Newsom.
It's a long trial, so as much as I want you to be prepared,
In the end, you think Bryan will take the stand? Oh man! Out of all the things you've ever said, Paco, that's
You may have a local
probably the
witness,
goofiest one I've ever seen.
and a witness who's flown in
That
has-
is the
needs to get out
goofiest
again
one
at the end of the
I've
day.
ever seen.
And so it may be that we
Do you think he should take the stand? I can't believe you people believe he would take the stand. It's clear you've never been a defendant or, man. That is
flexible in
wild.
allowing that.
That
so
is,
we
well, hold
can
on, man.
accommodate that.
That is wild shit.
And I ask you to both be accommodating to each other in that regard. All right, any questions? on the
Not even,
witnesses?
that's goofy as fucking, of course it's goofy.
Just one, it's kind of a takeoff of what.
No
the
way in
witness
fuck he
mentioned.
takes the
We've had
stand.
At least one, maybe a couple law enforcement witnesses in particular who have testimony relevant to
Cheers, motherfuckers. Cheers.
and it's our intent, with the court's permission, to call them at different times.
Not a chance in hell he
Instead of
takes the
trying to
stand.
figure out how to call them once and have them talk about what's going on at this stage of the case and then what may be happening next week in this case. Is that acceptable to the court?
Well, let's start with.
It's
whether
not
it's
even
acceptable with
50-50.
Ms. Taylor.
Listen, taking the stand would be the absolute dumbest thing any defendant could do in any situation ever. Ever. Well, I take that back. Defending yourself is the dumbest thing. Taking the stand is the second dumbest shit. You want him to take the stand and say what?
Back. I would otherwise defer to the court.
It's illegal to
If
drink in
you're,
a courtroom.
Somebody's on your witness list, if you want to go
He said it's
beyond the
illegal
scope
to
of
drink in a
direct
courtroom,
as
man.
part of effectively your case in chief in advance, I don't have a problem with that.
We got very true. Very
If
true.
it's going to save bringing another witness back, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem
So the defendant who wouldn't even speak in there, yeah.
if it doesn't get too cumbersome. If we're having a law enforcement talk about
Exactly, Kelly.
a broad
How was he
area
a
of one
stargazer
phase
on
of
cloud?
investigation at a
Good
time,
question.
that's probably okay. But, having them come up and
To be fair, they didn't
narrate
say he was stargazing.
between every other witness is probably
They said
too
he
much.
often goes out on drives to stargaze.
Then the question becomes is how do we handle
Yeah.
cross-examination? And basically, I will defer to the defense on that or the other
What if he
side
had some
on that
pictures
to the
on his
extent
cell
that we
phone
allow,
from
which is,
from
do you
that
wanna
night at the park?
cross-examine about the information they just
If he had pictures on his cell phone from that night at the park, it would have already been entered as evidence and we would already know it.
presented now, or do you want to wait until their last
And,
presentation?
and it's not like he has to fucking take the stand and say, see my phone? That's not the way it works. His lawyer would enter that evidence.
That's for a limited purpose right now, but is coming back for another purpose.
Yeah, they need to let me know that as well.
It would have already been released. Just like if he still had the K-bar knife that he bought, it would have been
let them know
revealed
that.
already.
Well, either way, it's your responsibility to ensure that they're back.
No, I don't
at
think
some
you
point
understand that's
available
not the
to
way
defense
discovery
so that They
works.
can cross-examine, even if you decide, I don't need them anymore.
Cola tonic, I'm
You
without
better
the
not send them
without the
on an
cola.
airplane somewhere where they're unattainable. Because the
I'm a
remedy
grown
may be
man.
to
I just
strike
drink
all
out
their
the fifth.
testimony
I just drink out the
as a
bib.
starting point.
Typically makes me want to drink too. Yeah.
We would anticipate asking court and counsel if this witness may be excused if we're finished.
That's how you know, Sammy, you're just gonna get your own fifth, cause I just go straight out the motherfucker.
Let us know what.
You get your fifth, I get my fifth.
Likewise, when you look at
we'll
each
meet
other's
in the
witness
bedroom
lists, talk with each other and then get it in writing so we have it as to whether or not.
The prosecution
for example,
doesn't
Ms.
understand how
Taylor
discovery
needs
works, he
subpoenas to
says.
Witnesses you have on your list that they want to also call, or if the other way around, you need subpoenas for their witnesses, or whether
Paco
they
thinks
will,
Kelly's trying to fuck.
essentially agree to make them available.
That's good shit. That's good shit. No,
Anything else with
it was
respect
not
to witnesses
DoorDash.
Before I move to exhibits.
Okay.
Exactly, Sam. We'll make that work. We'll make that happen.
All right. So I did require
I'm
a
asking
meet
the
and
same
confer
question.
for you to go over exhibits, and I got those, and I appreciate the start that you have on those. There are a number of exhibits where there's appears to be, I can't tell. So for example,
that's
there's
right.
an objection to, for example, relevance or hearsay. Part of what I wanted to know, though, to start is, regardless of whether it's ultimately admissible for those reasons, is there an objection to authenticity? In other words, I want to make the trial go as quickly as possible.
Look at Paco.
Avoid the need to put on a bunch of witness simply to say, this is what this is, and they don't really have any substantive discussion about it. They're just authenticating a document that, if we were to be honest, there's no dispute that it is what it is. And so I may have you go back and look at that and add another column to the list, which is
Kelly's got them taco vendor tards on her. She's got the fucking lawn care specialist going after her. Oh, man, that's good shit. Look at the bright side. They work hard. Fruit vending and taco vending and lawn care, that's a difficult job. So at least you know you got it working, man.
some of the other stuff, certainly to the extent that we can agree that if there's no good faith basis to.
I mean, they're a little
contest the
slow,
authenticity,
but
then let's try to do that for everyone's sake. In that vein, I know the state had to withdraw its request to have certain documents self-authenticated to go back and
I mean,
where are we
it
at
is
on
what it is.
Ms. Jennings.
I got a big 401. Yeah, I bet.
Your Honor, I believe that we've submitted all of this.
You can't get 401 if you're an illegal, bro.
Exhibits we plan.
Doesn't really work like that. Trump's getting you out of here, bro.
And you submitted those to the defense.
You're on your
to
way out.
review?
You're going to El
Mr. Taylor, are you
Salvador.
going to, respond to those.
Your Honor, we did. We met with the state last week.
So
believe,
I ain't even
week
drinking yet.
before,
Yeah, I hear you.
And we discussed some of those records.
You're getting the fuck
There
outta
were some
here.
Issues with them. Ms. Jennings provided me with
Ooh,
thumb drive, and I don't know
that's some
if
good
those
shit.
have corrections on them, but I'll continue to let the state know. What
Born
we
and
think,
raised
if we
USA, baby.
continue with an objection, or if we're
You're still getting
satisfied
out of here.
the rule's been met.
We'll still get you out of here.
Get with each other and then provide me I didn't study the exhibits that I got.
Alcatraz, Guantanamo, you're on your way to some
Spreadsheet that close
motherfucking
to
place.
Make sure I'm aware specifically of which
Adios.
exhibits there is no objection to the self-authenticating or otherwise not
Yeah, I have a
objection to
social.
authenticity.
Yeah. Yo quiero Taco Bell is not a social. That's not what a social security number is.
Doesn't sound like we're going to need a hearing on that, at least for the time being, though.
If your social security has a little chihuahua representing it,
Certainly, we'll keep our eye on it. I can.
you might not really be from there.
Court, and if we can squeeze it into June 18th, that's possible. Maybe we
Sure.
can start that at noon.
Okay.
Kohberger was itching. He's
And I
sweating.
would certainly caution, at least because the state goes first for now, I'll say the state, that, belts and suspenders are good ideas when it comes to trials. So I would have my people I need to authenticate things
Belts
under
and
subpoena,
suspenders.
just in case.
There's no goddamn green Elantra.
Especially if they're out-of-state witnesses, because that's not something you can do overnight.
And the proof there is no green Elantra is the fact you ain't heard shit about the green Elantra.
So the methods of displaying evidence to the jury, generally there's three ways to do that. One is by putting it on the Elmo and projecting the physical document, whether it's a
That shit was great.
writing or
Stop it,
something
stop it.
else.
Upgrade.
The other is if it's a writing or something
No,
else,
Paco's for
using
real.
litigation software.
He's
of
like that
some kind
everywhere.
To project it through the computer. And the third is passing it through the jury. That last
Upgrade's the one
I
trolling
wanna
right now.
avoid as much as possible because that just takes too much time. So try to use the other
As
two.
I was talking about earlier about a dude I know in the car business, in that type of industry, Upgrade's the one. There is no green Elantras from that time frame. It just doesn't exist.
approaches as much as possible. Now, there are going to be some physical objects that.
Now, he's
may be
trolling
important
right
for the
now.
jury to see, and I get
It's
that.
because he's mad because I'm
In
drinking and
general,
he's not. He's at work.
Photographs.
He's
that
mad.
are in writing.
What the fuck did happen here? He's mad because I'm drinking and he's not. He's at work, so he can't. There we got it fixed.
So oftentimes, and hopefully that's what you're doing, there's an agreement in advance stipulation to admission of exhibits. I generally don't allow
Leaf blower on his hip.
pre-admission
Yes.
because what I find is that I admit all these documents that then are never addressed during the course of the trial. And I don't want a bunch of exhibits to go back to the jury that they have no instructions on, that they've had no question and answer with a witness. To
I am,
explain
Daryl.
what
I
the
do wanna
relevance
know.
of those things are, so that they can just go back and use to justify whatever position they want to have from them. And I think that's dangerous. And so the process, if there's a stipulated to exhibit, would be to, just as you normally would, identify it with the witness, or not even necessarily doing that. You know you're going to use Exhibit 6. Witness is on the stand, and just say, Your Honor, I'd like to go over Exhibit 6 with the witness.
Hey, I mean,
understand that the
customs
defense has
possibility.
no objection to this. Look at you. That's correct. All right, Exhibit 6 is admitted, and then we go from there.
I think the murder weapon's in the lake. If you want to know, Upgrade. I think it was dropped off in the lake.
There's only a small part of it that's relevant.
I'm interested in all the other
If
male.
that's not possible, let's highlight.
I'll tell you what. Maybe Paco, you and old boy does have a chance. Kelly says I'm interested in all the male DNAs.
The luminous exhibit, and there are, say, 5 or 6 pages from it that
JLR
are
didn't check
important.
the whole fucking
What I
lake.
might suggest is the
Snake
exhibit
River
be,
buried. Yeah.
Exhibit 47.
Yeah.
And then you have 47A.
She wants
47B,
DNA, dick, and
47C
attention.
is marked exhibits. They go with 47, but they're separate exhibits so that the jury can keep those in mind, and we can keep track of those. It looks like from what I received, the state's using S- number for its exhibits, and the defense is just using numbers. Is that accurate?
It is.
Hopefully that won't get too confusing for people.
What the fuck is that? Well, no.
where
S- means
We
fucking
can't.
state
What I
evidence.
also suggest
The other
is
one
that
is
the
just
defense
numbers.
Is going to use
Was in the
as
lake with
part of
Bloom.
its
Yeah,
case
of course he was.
the same exhibit that the state has used and admitted. Let's not admit another copy of the same thing. Let's just use, so I like to say, the parties don't own the exhibits once they're admitted, the court does. And so there's no proprietary interest.
These
there.
motherfuckers
So
act
if
like
you already have
JLR
it
was out there
admitted,
swimming
you can
around
afford
and shit.
Just use
Found
that
it.
exhibit.
There's no knife in here. Right. Why is Hitler whispering now? He's been doing it, Tiffany.
I think,
How you doing, beautiful?
staff explained to you that in terms of submitting exhibits to the court in advance, if you would provide 2 copies of the exhibits in notebooks, so 1 copy in one set of notebooks and 1 copy in the other set of notebooks.
Listen, you can tell by the way you hear him breathe and
try
the
not
way he
to make the
talks.
notebooks
It's
bigger
a
than about
respiratory
an inch and a
issue.
half each, at least on the copy you give to me, because it's just
Hitler, I'm just being straight up with you guys now. Hitler clearly has a respiratory issue. You can tell by the breathing. You can hear it. And listen, a lot of times when people have respiratory issues, they sound like they're whispering. It's
or
just,
whatever to the clerk in each exhibit in a manila folder.
that's what I sense.
With the
You know what I
exhibit
mean?
number marked on the outside of the folder on the tab.
Don't
with
disrespect
the
Hitler in
sticker
my chat
attached
room.
inside the exhibit, so that she'll have a box of the proposed exhibits, the originals, and you can ask for exhibit X or whatever, and she'll hand it to you to use.
Well done.
At least for the document exhibits and photograph exhibits.
I'm sorry, that's my voice text.
Physical
Okay.
object exhibits, work with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms.
My doctor's nurse had throat
security,
cancer and surgery. Sounds like
line,
Hitler. Yeah.
Such as, I don't know, a knife. Make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that. The TCA can direct you to the Marshal Service and who to talk to there. We tend to use for dangerous items like guns and knives, a display box that the item would then be locked in
Right,
to
looks like
display
you-
to the jury.
Be rich how?
And so that
Be rich
can,
how?
go to the
Steve,
jury without
I'm
fear
listening.
of an accident happening. I don't think there are any.
Those
guns
are just
this
people
case,
in the
so I'm
audience,
just
bro.
worried about that in terms of those
Later
being
on, Kitty.
pointed at anyone by accident. But in terms of the knife, will probably be in a display case.
What did they just say about a display case and a knife? What was that? Fuck! What did I just miss? What did they just say was going to be in a display case? Did they say knife?
If you're going to be using illustrative exhibits, give counsel
Hold
notice
on,
of that
man.
as reasonably far in advance as possible
Okay.
for them to have a chance to look
I'm
at
gonna
those.
change my shit real quick because normally you guys can't. All right, I'm gonna turn it to DVR on. You can now rewind my shit. If you guys want to rewind a little bit,
Items for which
I
chain of
can't because I'm
custody needs to
streaming?
be maintained until it's admitted.
did this motherfucker just say knife in a display
It's going to be
case?
stored and how it's going to be
Oh,
stored.
that's a done deal. It's over. It's over. He's done.
That's
He's done. If he just said knife
Sister
in a display
agency
case,
or-
it's over. Done.
whether you're going to
Over.
have
Period.
the sheriff up there
Finish.
down a trailer
Bonita.
that can be locked
That's
up
it.
and kept at the sheriff's here property or something like that. However you want to do that.
Holy
I'll think
shit.
about that.
I don't know if he said that shit. I can't rewind their stream. He said knife. Yeah, it's over then.
For physical objects, also provide color
He
photographs.
said knife in display
so that we
case.
can have those in the record. At the end of the trial, we will likely give back physical objects to law enforcement to maintain.
If that's what he fucking
Depending
said,
on what
it's
it
over.
is, We'll see,
It's over.
depending on what the outcome of the case is. But
Yeah,
it's
but
nice to have those color copies
they're
available.
not going to put no like random knives in a display case to show people. Maybe mesh sheath.
for the
Yeah,
record.
you can't rewind. You'd probably have to reload the page and do it. Could be knife, for example, not the actual
Triple
murder
check
weapon.
all of
I
your
don't know,
exhibits,
man.
particularly documents, audio and video, to ensure that there's nothing on there that is not supposed to be on there.
Could be a knife for. I don't know. Like a knife,
Audio
for
and
example.
video To counsel.
I don't
far
know.
Enough in advance, they have the opportunity to determine whether they have an objection to anything in there.
No, he wouldn't have
And you
pleaded.
have the opportunity
Why would he
to
have pleaded?
either
Nobody's going to
make
plead to a life
redactions in
sentence.
accordance with the objection or to get a ruling from me about those redactions.
If they got that fucking knife, it's over. I hope I heard that wrong.
What I don't want is the jury to be sitting in the back room while you all are making redactions at the last minute during the middle of trial.
Can we agree if they have the fucking knife and it happens to be the knife and the sheath that was ordered from Bryan Kohberger's fucking Amazon account, will you finally agree this is the fucking it? Paco, JB, hi JB, I heard knife. Thank you, Alana. Yeah, I hope they, Sammy says they don't have enough. But if they do, are we in agreement it's over? I don't know if I heard that right. You guys are the ones that's telling me he said knife.
Using kind of the same light rule goes, which is lights on and lights off, so you'll have to choose. You can move about.
I don't know, Catherine. I hope not. I mean, I'm just saying. Maybe you might be right, Daryl.
When it gives me a time, I will keep track of that, and then for rebuttal, it'll be whatever you didn't use. So when you're giving me estimates, include your rebuttal in that.
That's a very good point, Daryl.
If you would like time reminders from the court throughout it, for example.
Steve said that's not what he said, but the whole rest of the audience said that's what he said.
You can ask for a heads up at 30 minutes or something like that when you have 30 minutes left, so you know.
I don't know if that's what they said or not. They caught me slipping. I wasn't listening. Alana says he said it twice.
Exhibits.
Your Honor, as
Fuck! I can't believe I wasn't listening.
it would be
Fuck!
helpful if they could be separated or at least delineated between which is the
Fuck!
penalty phase and the guilt phase, as the court will see when it looks at our
Now,
spreadsheet of-
fuck! I can't believe I missed
responses
that.
to the defense exhibits. Some of them, we could see they would
Along
be
with now the
really
rough
technical
house.
in
Okay.
penalty phase, but
Okay, thank you,
would
Sammy.
In guilt phase, and they aren't clearly delineated at this point. If that's something that we could have addressed.
Yeah, I don't know.
If not, that would be very helpful.
Any problem with that, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, no problem.
Fuck.
We did go over that when we met last week, and I identified which ones were for a phase 2 if we get there. I don't have a problem stating so, but
I'm going to be honest with you. I hope to God that they didn't say knife. And you know why? Because wouldn't you agree that we've just wasted 3 years of our life if they said knife? If they've had the fucking murder weapon all this time, we just wasted 3 years of our fucking life. Knife in a display case is close. Can we all agree on this? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they have the knife and they would have told us from day one, we got the knife, we got the Amazon, we got the DNA, we all would have been like, well, fuck this case, give that motherfucker the death penalty. You see what I'm saying? We all would have been like, we wouldn't even be here today. Not on this. We would be on some other shit. Like the black kid stabbing the white kid in the chest. Knife sheath is going in a display case. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is.
Things before I move on to jury instructions.
Maybe that's what it is.
Not from us, Your Honor, thank you.
I hope they don't have the goddamn knife.
The court has
Because I would have felt stupid as shit.
Decisions on motions and limine motions.
If we're talking about this shit for 3 years.
From the defendant's trial brief,
Exactly, Daryl.
the defendant indicates that he plans to raise those same objections again at trial.
We don't know, Tracy.
State that if that's going to happen, to preserve the record if for no other reason.
Tracy, there might have been something really important, like the murder weapon.
Opposed to interrupting testimony and presentation of evidence on matters that have already been ruled on by the court.
Yeah, but why would they present them,
That's
Gobbles?
acceptable to the court and counsel.
Why would they present just random knives that's not a K-bar?
So there's not a need to object again if
I mean, they might.
ruled on the objection. If you're asking me to reconsider, yeah, I think that's something you need to take
I
up
didn't
with
hear
the
it, Tracy. I
jury
kind of heard it,
instructions.
and then the audience is saying they
That
said
does make
knife in
sense.
a
And on
knife in a
situations
case.
that may arise where we might want the court to reconsider.
I gotta piss.
Put that up outside the
I gotta
presence
piss.
of
I'll
the
be right back.
I do want to make sure that things such as the model house that was the subject of a lot of objection, that there's a noted ongoing objection to it. I don't mind anticipating that and bringing that up before trial starts and outside the presence of the jury.
And to be fair, I only have what was proffered, right? And so I had a general proffer that the testimony will be that it, as I understand it, that it is consistent with the general layout, but not to scale, and that it would be helpful for the testimony. I don't have a problem with an objection based upon what that proffer is actually at the time. And so I think that's fine. I don't think that there's a need for an ongoing objection once that's done, but that helps. Jury instructions.
As an example.
I provided to you, I think, yesterday.
That's a
maybe
good point,
pre-proof
Sammy.
Instructions. Did you get those?
I did not receive those.
Have we not sent those out?
Yeah, I hope it
I'll
wasn't.
send those out probably today or Monday. They're not particularly, I think, controversial. They're pretty stock.
Yeah, I hope he
on
misspoke.
Pre-proof. In a capital case, there's a instruction. Normally, what we instruct the jury.
What other
is
knife would
don't
they have?
consider-
Can't
concern
keep clean?
yourself with punishment, the subject of punishment. In a capital case, we are supposed to instruct them under 700B of the capital instructions.
But you're
in the
right.
Proof phase, that it is a capital case, which obviously they're going to know through jury selection. So
I didn't
there's
hear that either,
instruction
Sammy.
there.
All
What
right.
I've done is we're
All
also
right.
supposed to instruct them with 700C, which is
Right.
this is a capital case, and you'll have to decide
Thank you, Sammy.
if you find the defendant guilty, what penalty to impose. But then 700C says, instruct them in a separate instruction. Don't concern yourself with the subject of penalty.
He
or
referenced a
punishment in the
hypothetical.
guilt phase.
Thank you, Roy.
I've
Thank you.
combined those two things together, so take a look at that.
Okay, that's what we needed. Roy thank you, Roy, for actually rewinding it and listening to it. He said, I just listened to it. He referenced a hypothetical knife. But then again, you got to ask yourself, why the fuck is he referencing a hypothetical knife? Thank you, Roy. Thank you, brother. Real purpose coming soon.
Included in the pre-proof, for
Thank you,
example,
Sam.
any stipulations that they want me
Thank
to
you, guys. Appreciate
advise
you.
the jury of.
Because
let,
unlike a lot of
know
other channels,
by submitting a request.
unlike a lot of other channels, you guys understand, I don't have a side here. I'm just a truth motherfucker. That's it. That's all I want. So whether a knife, no knife, that's all I want is just the truth. I don't care. I'm not pro-burger. I'm not anti-burger. I'm pro-hamburger is what the fuck I am. I like whiskey and hamburger. That's what I'm pro. So no, I just want the truth. Period. Pussy burger, shit like that. That's all I want.
And, for better or worse, as you know, the Supreme Court.
Why would he use that as an example? Exactly,
last year,
Marie.
2024,
Exactly.
revised all their capital instructions. And so in light
Bingo,
of that,
Murray.
I will be as much as possible sticking with what they have provided,
He said, waiting for that
given
one.
that
Yeah.
it's clear they've obviously given it recent thought. And
It is
so
very
I
odd
think
he would
that
say
best
knife.
insulates the
Very
case
odd.
from perceived error by the court is by using instructions they've recently given us. My plan would be.
He said he is odd, yeah?
If there is a guilty verdict on any of the counts of murder, would begin the penalty phase as soon thereafter as we can. Certainly, probably the next day, unless it's Friday morning when we get that, then we may not start till Monday or something. But given that the jury will certainly be sequestered during that process, the plan would be to go forward. I also will use as much time as I've told you throughout the day to get that accomplished as we can. If that happens and we are in a penalty phase, and there is a finding of aggravating circumstances, where then the court's discretion about which penalty to impose is pretty limited in terms of my discretion, in fact, i.e. none, it's either life without parole or death, right? In that case, I just want to get, before we get to that, defense's position on sentencing for the burglary charge, if they have concerns about sentencing at that time as well, given that it's.
Sentencing for the burglary. I'm pretty sure the burglary is not even a big deal right now.
On the dog, let alone wagging the dog, so. But no, I'm not going to make you tell me that now, but I will ask you before the jury goes out what you want to do.
That's true, Catherine.
I'm going to hand you another piece of
No,
paper.
they don't need.
I'd like to get back
They don't
from
need video or
defense
pictures.
Sometime in late June or early July, which is a declaration of last best offer. In other words, identifying whether the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, et cetera, just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we've documented that. Okay. Let the court reporter know whether you're going to want routinely daily
What do you mean
transcripts
DM
or
says
not.
he's not the one?
You don't have to tell her.
I
now.
think they would have to let him know, K-Dubs.
So there's two options. You can have none, both, or all, or either. One is I think we can set up real time where you get real time at your table for whatever the charge is from the court reporter for that. Also, there's the potential to get transcripts each day. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. In other words, you could order both.
There's separate fees if I want both.
Correct.
Yeah, make that decision.
Yes, not now.
Yes, it would have to be.
Make that
It would have to be provided in discovery. Absolutely.
Just contact the TCA and she will talk with the court reporters that will be assigned to this to make sure you understand what their structure is, fee structure.
Thank you.
And we obviously need to know, particularly about the real time in advance, so that we have the technology set up for it.
Timing in advance. Yes. Yes.
And it may require you to bring some of your own technology in the form of a tablet or a laptop on which it's displayed, right? Because we don't supply the hardware, just the
She.
software and the actual reporting. Okay. My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at, with the intent that we not sequester to start.
I'm gonna smoke.
As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not, the more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial. Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only record right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior to
It'll be
phase
part of
two.
the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk to them about that. Anything from you, Counsel, Mr. Thompson? About that?
Not at this point. I understand the court might entertain some things in a closed environment later today, and we do have some sensitive issues to raise at that point.
Okay. That's my list of things. Did I miss anything, Giovanna, that you can think of? All right. That's my list of stuff, and I know this has been a very sort of nuts and bolts kind of lawyer discussion today, but that's generally the nature of pretrials when there aren't contested motions to discuss, and so that's my list. I'm happy to answer any questions about my preferences or how I handle things that I haven't talked about, or address anything else that you want to talk about. I know we do need to go to a closed session at some point to talk about what will be asked of the jury specifically. I need to avoid that getting out to potential jurors, so we'll do that in a closed session. But anything else in the public session we need to talk about?
I believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Let me just look at my notes real quick before I dismiss the public, and we probably take a lunch break and then come back and take that up. I do have a copy. I told you there's a new administrative order. I'll give you a copy of that just so you don't have to go dig for that. What's that? You've already given it to him? All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, I got this shit now. Hold on.
Your Honor, that's
Sure.
Take it to upgrade.
already at hand. Thank you.
Let me get this for y'all.
Actually, I have copies of the
Let me email this to myself.
preliminary instructions for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I am going to be entering an order requiring the retention of records by the state.
I'm about to get it for you.
I'm going
Hold
to
on just a
write
second.
another one extending that to the defense as it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel.
Shout out to my
Indicated
man on the
I would
streets.
be open to a request for a appointment of a special
1
prosecutor.
second.
And that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to,
We'll wait till they go on lunch. They're about to go on lunch, but I got something.
as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you.
All right.
And that one
I
just
got the
deals
clip
with
of exactly
state.
what was said about the knife.
I will get you.
Give me
one
1
that goes
second.
with your side to preserve records, all right? All right. Anything else?
I think they're
All
about
right,
to go.
thank you. Why don't we come back in about an hour, all right?
Hour, motherfucker. All right, motherfucker. All right, so let me go ahead and let me go ahead and go back over here. All right, so let me get you guys this shit. I'm sorry, that's my voice text.
Physical
Okay.
object exhibits, work
Cool.
with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse.
Listen,
So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms.
my doctor's nurse had throat
security,
cancer and surgery. Sounds like
line,
Hitler. Yeah,
such
listen.
as, I don't know, a knife.
Listen to Hitler, not me.
Make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that.
Hold on. Listen to Hitler, not me. Oh, come on. What the fuck happened here? Some bitch. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it back up. Listen to Hitler, not me. I'm sorry, that's my voice text.
Physical
Okay.
object exhibits, work
Cool.
with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms.
My doctor's nurse had throat
security,
cancer and surgery. Sounds like
line,
Hitler. Yeah.
Such as, I don't know, a knife. Make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that.
Okay. So they're talking about getting the shit into the courtroom. If there's going to be any exhibits in the box that would raise alarms, such as a knife, hypothetical knife per se, but am I the only one that finds it really strange that they used that as the... Because you got to remember, Hitler knows all the fucking shit that's already in evidence. He's the one that okayed. You got to understand, Hitler already knows the evidence, right? Like, so for me, I find it really strange that that's the example. Me. That's my take on it. If they would, yeah, the defense would already know. Exactly, Paco. No, who's to say the defense doesn't know? You think because we don't know, the defense doesn't know? They may have a K-bar, for example, to jury. That's true. Kelly's right. Kelly's 100% right. No, nobody's going to sign a plea bar. Nobody. Listen. And you want to know how I know nobody's going to sign a plea bargain? Let me ask everybody here. Why don't we ask the audience? Would you rather have the death penalty or life in prison? I've been to prison. He doesn't. So here's what I'm saying. I don't know if he mentioned knife twice. I just got the clip of the original. So I want to just say this. To the people that think plea bargain is an option, would you rather die or be in prison every day for the rest of your life? Death row, exactly. It doesn't, death penalty. Death penalty for sure, says Denny. Death penalty, says Tracy. Death row. Yeah, I'm 100% death penalty. If I knew, in fact, you wouldn't even have to wait. If I knew I was about to do life in prison, I considered offing myself when I was just doing a couple, less than a fucking year. There was times I did 6 months in the county and thought about it. Like, man, I can't deal with this shit no more. You know what I mean? He is young, which is exactly why, no, he wouldn't want to do the next 60 years of his life in prison. Their murderer's out after a couple of years. Yeah, but not him. He's going to get life. He does mention a knife again after that. There you go, Roy. If you're an old guy, no death. No, exactly. I don't know. If motherfuckers came to me and told me, bro, you can spend the rest of your life in here fighting with Tyrones over your goddamn tray of noodles and shit. Bro, I ain't gonna just take me out. I ain't got the time and energy for this shit. There are relationships I'd consider offing myself rather than deal with. I'm not playing with you. And I know suicide isn't a thing to joke about. Who the fuck said I'm joking? Who the fuck said I'm joking? Oh, no. I think he would last a while. You know what I mean? Like if a motherfucker said, death penalty or you can get married again. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like if I woke up tomorrow and somebody had tricked me into getting married again and signing that paper, oh no, I'm out of here. Depends on the certainty he didn't commit the crime and any intent to appeal. Yeah, that's a good point. I met without offering himself. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. United States prison on death row typically spending that. Yeah, I'm not spending none of that shit. I don't. That's why I wouldn't want to go death row. I'd just off myself. I just off myself. Like, well, I ain't got time to deal with this shit. At my age, if I got 5 years, I'd probably off myself. Like, I got shit. I ain't got, no. I mean, he's not taking a plea bargain. Imagine signing a document that's, and by the way, to the person that's talked about in the audience, an appeal, you cannot appeal a plea bargain. You can't, because you understand a plea bargain is a confession. An official written confession with the court. You understand that, right? That's what a plea bargain is. Okay, let me tell you how this works, because you guys probably haven't done this. When you accept a plea bargain, you have to stand. The judge can reject it even if you sign a plea bargain, the judge, the sexy Katie, look at you, girl. I see you. Good to see you. I want you to understand the way plea bargains work. When you sign a plea bargain, the judge still has to accept it. You understand what I'm saying? A judge can reject your plea bargain. And let me tell you how this happens. And I know this because in my youth, I signed a plea bargain. And then I got in front of a judge like a complete dummy and said, nah, man, I didn't really do that shit, man. I just signed a plea bargain and get the fuck up out of here. And the judge, and I realized this going forward, that every single time I've ever seen a dude with a plea bargain or myself had a plea bargain, you have to stand in front of the judge and admit to all of the charges in the case. And sometimes you have to explain it. So what I mean is, for instance, in a case like this, Bryan Kohberger would have to plead guilty and then he would have to talk to the, like you're talking to the judge. And you would have to convince the judge on why they should accept your plea bargain. That would include essentially a confession. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? That's what a plea bargain is. You're saying, I did this. Whatever it is you're copping out to, whether it's a smaller charge, whatever, you have to admit in front of the judge, I did this. I'm pleading for, I'm pleading for mercy, and this deal, the bargain, is what I get in return. Does that make sense to you? That's what a plea bargain is. In exchange for this bargain, for this deal, yes, I have one loved one who took a plea bargain versus snitching. He asked us to plead, please not come to the plea. Exactly. Because you have to confess what it is that you're pleading guilty to. It's just the way it works. That's what a plea bargain is. It's a confession. An official confession that you can't appeal. And I'll show it to you right now. Here we go. We'll go here. All right. Google. Can a plea bargain, can a plea deal be appealed? Now watch this. Watch this. Generally, once a plea is accepted, by the way, that's by the judge. It's final and cannot be appealed. That's the way it works, because you're confessing at that moment. In my opinion, says Kelly, the wounds would have to match the K-bar narrative for the sheath shit to stand alone as probable. The beautiful Katie said, thank you for always bringing the facts in the most entertaining way, my friend. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate you. Definitely. 20 years for a plea deal because he wouldn't snitch. Yeah. You could plead no contest, but that's not the same thing. No contest is different. Pleading guilty, though, means you're confessing. Thank you so much, Katie. Appreciate you. Let's get you on the board. Appreciate you so much. But that's just the truth. You know what I mean? So that's how a plea bargain goes. Right. I don't know if I'm gonna sit around for a fucking hour. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm gonna sit here and talk to you guys for a second, for a minute, and maybe we last an hour. We may not. Maybe that's, I don't know. We've been going we've only going, no, dang, that can't be right. That can't be right. My shit says only an hour and a half. That can't be right at all. I think my shit's fucked up. Oh, yeah, 3 hours. Yeah, I was about to say that can't be real. That can't even be remotely close to real. So, we'll wait. JB Bryan Kohberger was a patsy. A patsy for what? A patsy for what reason? Do you understand what a patsy is, right? Let's go ahead and look that up. You understand what a patsy is, right? A person who is easily taken advantage of, especially by being cheated or blamed for something, is the official definition. But I think we all know that you mean he's meant to take the blame for another person. Why would the federal government do that? Just curious. Why would the federal government, forget Idaho, why would the federal government frame Bryan Kohberger? What would be the purpose? What would they gain out of it? You see what I'm saying? What would they gain out of it? I don't remember, Texan, other than the knife talk. Yeah, I don't know if I'm coming back after lunch. Maybe. It depends. If I'm still here with you, maybe. Maybe we won't leave. But I don't know. I really doubt that they even know who BK is, much less frame him. Exactly. Perfect. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to ask these people. Because these people that think it's a conspiracy, they are accusing the FBI, the Department of Justice, the mainstream media. And so I'm asking, I understand why Idaho, Moscow would do it. I 100% understand why Moscow, Idaho would do it. Especially when the college is there, it's half of your economy. What I'm saying is, what would make you say, I like Maker's Mark? That's some good stuff. Yeah, it is, indeed. I don't trust people that don't drink, Texas Ranger. I'm going to be honest with you, especially men. If you're a man and you don't drink, I don't actually consider you a man. Unless you're a recovering, hurting alcoholic. Or an athlete. But if you're just a normal dude that goes to work all day and you don't drink shit or watch sports or something, that's my line in the sand with men. Tracy, you're different. You're a chick. Chicks are different. Chicks, your jobs are to suck dick and make sandwiches. But men that don't drink, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Unless they're in recovery. You know what I mean? But men in general, yeah. I think they're a fag. I'm just being honest, man. I don't trust men that don't drink. And people know what I'm talking about. Because it's too gay and shit. I don't trust Trump. I like Trump, but I don't trust Trump. I wouldn't you know what I mean? That whole straight edge, I've never drank. Nah, man, I don't know what that. I don't drink a whole lot, but cut loose every once in a while. Then I try it. Then you're good. I mean, not everybody could be a motherfucking man and drink out the bottle and just smash a fifth on a live stream like it ain't shit. But that's not the point. JB, how long would kill 4 people? Not long at all. Especially when 3 of them are chicks and the dude's asleep. A guy needs a drink on a Friday night. 100% agree. I don't trust gays. I don't trust blacks. I don't trust illegal aliens. I don't trust men that don't drink. I don't trust women that don't cook. Thought that was the only way to drink. Exactly. I think it's possible that BK is not a patsy, but subject to law enforcement having tunnel vision. Yeah, but you got to look at the federal government. We got to look at the federal government, mainstream media, all that shit. Idaho's a different story. Steve, don't try it. Don't do it. It's claimed. It's claimed. Enough said. Enough said. Anyways. See? She's going to show her son. See, I told you. That's an inside joke. I told you he said I was his. That's an inside. All right, back to what we was talking about there. Anyway, yeah, no, man, it's true. It's true. But how long would it take to kill 4 people? If the Moscow police framed him, I don't understand why him. Well, honestly, I don't think it's a good question, why him? What I'm saying is, if it was the Moscow police, I would understand because the college is 50% of their economy. And it happened in December. They needed to rush that shit up so they can start the next school year. What I can't co-sign is the federal government, mainstream media, like national media, also co-signing it. The Department of Justice, no. Idaho, when these 4 people are not that goddamn important. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares. Nobody cares. Well, just us. Just us. Just us. That's it. The real world don't give 2 fucks. In the real world, if you go up to a person and say, do you know who Bryan Kohberger is? Who the fuck is Bryan Kohberger? Do you see what I'm saying? And listen, if you don't believe me, go to a bar right now. Only because I want to see you guys all drunk. Go to a bar right now and ask everybody, do you know who Bryan Kohberger is? Hey man, you know Bryan Kohberger? Just do that. And everybody's going to be like, who the fuck is Bryan Kohberger? Swear to God. Now, try that same thing with Ted Bundy. You know who Ted Bundy is? Yeah, I know who Ted Bundy is. You goddamn right I know who Ted Bundy is. You know who the Zodiac Killer is? Yeah, I know who the Zodiac Killer is. But you go to a regular bar and be like, you know Kohberger? They're going to laugh the fuck at you. They're gonna say, he's had one too many. We don't know. Why is he asking us about some Kohberger? I'm telling you, you're going to get kicked out the bar, probably beat up. Nobody knows you. Nobody knows Kohberger. Stop it. Get some help. Because they keep them in the movies. They're all over Netflix. Right. And nobody knows who the fuck Kohberger is. So why would the federal government and national media and all that shit fucking, what would be the point of the conspiracy? Oklahoma, I see you, girl. I see you, girl. I see you. I see everything. You don't have to be there. I see, you don't even have to text. I see it all. I see it all. Hope you're doing good, Oklahoma. Anyways, but yeah, the president of the school was in there. See, motherfuckers think that because I can sit here and monologue for 3 hours. They're like, no, I see it all. Every text, every Instagram, every tweet. And still look at y'all right here. And y'all like, but you ain't looking at us. Yeah, I am. I'm looking at my TV. I'm not looking at you because this looks creepy. Hello, people. Hello. No, it looks creepy. It's about to get real weird in here. Yeah, probably. Maybe he was investigating and pissing people off. Maybe. Investigating what? The president of the school, says Paco, was in their ear from the start. And man, nobody gives a fuck about no president of Iowa. Stop. Amanda, the beautiful Amanda, says it's not much to framing the person. It's the getting away with murder for the other person. Yeah, no, I agree. JB, what if alcohol makes you sick and causes you to look like a pepperoni pizza? Due to nobody cares. Nobody cares. Daryl, no. If you got a medical condition that prevents you from drinking, yeah, you're not completely you're not a homosexual. You're yeah. If you got a medical condition, I could half trust you, but then you're kind of retarded and sick. So I don't know. BK isn't anyone like that. Exactly. To say why, yeah, it's crazy. No, I can understand why the state would do it, not the federal government. But yeah, Daryl, no, if you got a medical condition that prevents you from drinking, like a motherfucker got a medical condition, carving Ethan's legs is weird. That's psycho. What's up, Pamela? Yeah, I mean, if that's the case where people are like, yeah. But anyway, back to Kohberger. Patsy for what? I don't understand. I don't understand who's framing him and for why. I don't understand who's playing. So who are you thinking planted the knife sheath? Since you people think that they planted the knife sheath, who planted it and for what reason? And how'd they get Kohberger's DNA? Or are they lying about the DNA? Do you see where your conspiracies are? Because I got a general rule. When we're talking about conspiracies, there has to be an agenda. And I'm a conspiracy theorist. You understand? The USS Maine, the USS Maine, the USS Liberty, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the moon landing, 9/11. I can go on and on. There's a reason for it. Rosacea is a vascular skin disorder, and alcohol is a major trigger. Bad skin would hurt my chance of getting pussy. I got bad skin. I've had staph infections before. There are parts of my body where I've got bullet holes, stab wounds. There are literally chunks out of my body. Not really chunks. That's the wrong word. Almost crater shit. And I'm over 1,000, and still got no. Bad skin, if you think bad skin prevents you, no, bad dick gets you. I got bad teeth and bad skin. Bad dick, bad bank accounts, bad ability to eat pussy, bad game. That's what prevents you from getting pussy. No. You think bad skin prevents you from getting pussy? Bro. I'm not lying when I say this to you. You can try the Diddy method to come back. Law enforcement, there's a bad couple out. Yeah, of course. Payne via FBI. His DNA could have come from any. You think the whole fucking country? You think the whole country is against Kohberger? Man. I'll tell you what, though. To my man that doesn't drink because of pussy, what is better? Pussy or... All right, let me ask the men. Is there any men here that would give up alcohol for individual pieces of pussy? Serious question. Is there any men here that would give up alcohol for any piece of pussy on this planet? I genuinely want to know. Ginger, what's going on? Amanda says, okay, forget the Aryans and tunnels. What's your thoughts on multiple bank accounts with thousands of each count for the four? There's been crypto accounts with BK, man. And the four. Motherfuckers be getting it, man. OnlyFans, crypto. We live in a different area. Different. 2023 Aryan brother, girl, if you mention Aryans again in here in a negative light, I'm kicking you out. The one thing I absolutely, there you go. Yeah, no, you got a real reason, Tono. You got a real reason. Like I said, if you're just recovering, Kelly, I've said this on this channel a million times. Anyone with something negative to say about white nationalists, white supremacists, the Brotherhood, or anyone needs to immediately leave. I don't care how much you donate. If you donate, I don't care about anything. Anyone in this chat room that has a problem with Aryans, you need to leave. Say that on Jay. Yeah, exactly. It's on ravioli and shit. So I just want to make this clear. I don't want to hear your theories about how I don't want to hear none of that about Aryans, Delphi Aryans, and Cobra. I just want you to understand that. What's up, Patrick? He's yeah, motherfucker's name is Patrick Bateman. And that's the way by the way, I say this everywhere. When I moved into my house, I told the motherfucker I was talking to business-wise that my position is strong in this shit. I don't care who you are. If me and you fuck, trust me, you're gonna be pro-Aryan. If me and you associate, we're gonna be pro-Aryan. And even if you're not pro-Aryan, if you're not pro-white, I'll be goddamn if you sit in my chat room and accuse white people of shit. Well, let me rephrase that. Aryans. That took place right by the IDAHO murder home. And the date of all that, within the same week of the murders, Press Green came up in New York City. Wasn't involved in that education prior. Exactly. Daryl says, my skin is clear as long as I don't drink. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you, man. I have more confidence talking to women when my skin is clear. Bro, talking to women is easy. Bro. You know all you have to have is confidence. Daryl, listen to me. You just got to believe in yourself, man. My phone goes off the hook, bro. And it will. And it will continue to. I just do random shit like this. And it will go off the hook. Because women love confidence, man. I'll tell you what women don't like. There's a dude in the mirror taking up all the goddamn mirror and bathroom time worried about their skin care. And ladies, tell me if I'm wrong. You wake up, you gotta piss, you gotta get up and get ready for work or to go make eggs or something, and you got some faggot in the goddamn mirror saying, but I'm worried, I'm concerned about this legion. You'll be like, man, shut your ass up and go to work or some shit. Women don't care about that shit, bro. I know you think they do. Listen, they don't. Just like men don't care about makeup and fucking fingernails. These dumb bras sit there and paint their nails and paint their face up like a circus clown and shit because they think do you understand what I'm saying? We don't give a fuck. Bring your little hot ass out here with your sweatpants and your hair up already tied up. Let's go. I want a bitch to make me a sandwich. So you understand what I'm saying? I want a woman that's confident. She just slides into the room in her lingerie with a sandwich and a plate. Like, here you go, daddy. Shit. Shit, you're the one. That's what the fuck I want. I don't give a fuck about your makeup and your freaking fingernails and your toenails, and I don't give a shit. Is the pussy shaved? The pussy shaved? I'm in. I'm in. To you non-shaven pussy motherfuckers, to you non-pussy shaving motherfuckers, that's you need to go, yeah. No, why would I want them to wear makeup? So when you hugging on me, it's all over my shit. I got jerseys in there that's worth fucking $500. Why the fuck would I want you getting your fucking shit all over me? Yeah. Hi, CJ. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah. Amanda says you didn't think with it being a case of national security and that there's a possibility this could really go up the chain. No, there is no going up the chain. Like I'm talking money being laundered with Hunter. No, I don't think Hunter Biden got shit to do with Idaho. I agree, and don't even spend much time in the mirror. I'm just explaining why I don't. No, I understand. Like some people, if you're doing it for you, but that's not what you said. You listen, man. I'm gonna give you an example. Women that like me for my sense of humor, for my confidence, for my aggressiveness. Does that make sense? I don't think they necessarily like me for my appearance. I'm 44, man. I'm fat. You know what I mean? There's things about me that work. A woman doesn't like me for my skin. Or my skin color, yes. A woman likes me and you because they want to see potential in you. You know why women want to suck my dick, Daryl? Because every day I wake up like a fucking boss, like a leader. I tell people what the fuck, how things are going to be, when they're going to be, where they're going to be, this and that. And I go to work and work 14 to 16 hours per day. Pay the bills. I step up off here like a motherfucker. I drop the mic and I go do my shit. That is why. I don't ask women where they want to go to eat. I tell them where we're going to eat. I don't ask a woman when we're going to have sex. I just have sex. I don't ask a woman if she can perform fellatio. I just grab her by the fucking back of her head and I shove her fucking face down there. Do you understand the difference between you and me? You understand that don't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about your skin and how, whether you got acne or anything. Nobody gives a fuck. Women also like that I don't go clock in and listen to some other motherfucker tell me what to do. I go to work, I stream when I want, I make money when I want, I make videos when I want, I control all this shit. Women like that about men. They do. You think they care about your bad skin? Business, yeah, you live in the wrong state. You live in let me tell you something. You're right. You're right. In LA, you're right. But it's because most people in LA are not men, man. I have a good theory, but go ahead, Amanda. Go ahead. No, I'm still talking about the Idaho 4. Go ahead. We're just waiting on them to come back from lunch. Hopefully we'll make it. I'm a rare conservative man. Yeah, exactly. Women, liberal women don't like men, man. Well, they do. I was going somewhere with this theory, but this became. No, go ahead, man. I'm listening to you. Don't get retarded. We can have multiple conversations at the same time. If you don't want to hear the other shit, you can just leave. But if you want to talk about some shit, we can talk. This is still crime time, but I'm live. What the fuck you want to do? What up, AZ? I mean, we're live. What the fuck we gonna do? Not everybody just wants to talk about this boring ass fucking hearing we've been watching. You know what I mean? It's like shit. So anyway, that's how live conversations work. All I said was some simple shit like, I don't trust men that don't drink, and it created another conversation. It's not even relationship one-on-one. Just different relationships get caused. Different conversations get caused when you talk about different shit. Besides, I'll talk about what the fuck I want. Besides, I'll talk. So let me go ahead and ask the men, just because I just want to piss all the goobers off. Ass or titties? Ass or titties? Women, dick or income? Men, ass or titties? Women, dick or income? Men, ass or titties? Women, dick or income? Now let me respond. Amanda says, nah, you have a twinkle in your eye right now speaking on this new topic. Man, it's not a new topic for me. You understand I run 24 channels. It's not a new topic for me. Screw BK, tell us more about that smile today. I like that, Amanda. You must be all right. You kind of cute. Let me see. I said, you want to take it off Kohberger? Fine. Is that you with your boy? Amanda over there kind of cute. Look at you go, girl. Look at you go. Jesse, by the way, do they have a fucking knife? I don't know what they got. We've been talking about that for a minute. Next time we talk, I want to be sober and you can drink 3 bottles. No, I don't drink 3 fag bottles. I drink 3. This motherfucker, Jesse, came on here. No, I don't drink honey whiskey. This is real. This is just straight. I'm just drinking straight bourbon, bro. Jesse, you can't compare yourself to me, bro. You drank 3 wine bottles, bro. I'm taking a 5th to the dome while working. Just saying. Anyway, I'm over. Yeah, we ain't. Yeah, that's not. We ain't the same. We ain't the same. Jesse was up. Yeah, Jesse was great. Jesse was great. But let's be honest, 3 bottles of wine, I'm just basing on what he said. Anyway, so I guess we're done with that other conversation. Daryl said I'm ready. Okay, all right. Good. The honey shit is for the lady. I like the honey shit. But no, I don't drink no. Man, come on, man. Just straight. This is straight, bro. I ain't on no fag shit. Come on, bro. And I'm drinking the cheaper shit. Tips y'all ain't been that good the last couple of days. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take $20 off it. But it's still not fag honey shit. To be fair, I like the fag honey shit. But I would never drink that publicly on a stream while fucking with you. I would drink it with a lady while I'm getting my dick sucked. To be fair. Chip in so JB can get some Blue Label. That's right. That's good. That's a good point, Justin. That's a good point. Yeah, man. It's all good. This business, I've had $150,000 years. I've had $175,000 years. I've had $75,000 years. My lowest is $75,000 since I started making money, though. So, yeah. Can't win them all. This year is bad, though. But I also understand inflation's been through the roof. So. Old Crow, says Steve. Is that a drink? Is that alcohol? All right, so here's what we're going to do. I ain't going to do first song I see in the chat, first song I play. That's something I do on my cool live streams over at the Gun Show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go smoke. And in the meantime, I'm going to budget bourbon. Is it really? 4 Roses? Are those cheaper? Jesse the Glitch McGuy. Hey, Charlie's been fucking with Jesse. Charlie has been fucking with Jesse since the fucking interview. Everybody fucking with Jesse because he look, man. I gotta defend Jesse as someone that drinks. You know I can't. I've never glitched. I'm drinking and I'm talking like a motherfucker. Jesse would be like, and you just hear the windows sound. Like that old Nancy Pelosi video. Hold on. Hold the fuck. We're going to do it, aren't we? Yeah, of course we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Yeah, of course. Hold on. Hold on.
Voting the day that we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
But to be clear, you're
it's
not
coming.
taking any arrows
It's
out of your
coming.
quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
Good morning. Sunday morning. We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and voting the day that we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
But to be clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling
Watch
anything
her.
out.
She froze.
Good morning. Sunday morning. We have a responsibility.
Okay, I'm done. So what you saying is taking all the quivers out of your arrows. Good morning. Sunday morning. Jesse, you're all right. You're all right guy with me. Shit. Okay. All the leftists, all the libtards that left, they're mad. Well, who am I saying? Ain't no goddamn libtards subscribe to me anyway. Even if this is a true crime channel. Can we just be honest? Ain't no leftists in here. Ain't a single leftist in here. Ain't a single leftist in here. Anyway, look, all right, so I'm gonna go smoke. So I'm gonna give you guys your shit, man. I'm gonna give you guys your song. Hold on. Whoa, that was the wrong one. Hold on, is that the wrong one? He said, nope. I genuinely don't think I have any leftist audience. I genuinely don't think I do. Is there any leftists in here? Just a single one? Just give me one. No, I'm not. I'm not doing song requests here. We do song requests on the channel where I make money. Nope. No. Any leftists in here? Any libtards in here? Any of you fags in here? Any well, we do got blacks, I know that. Just curious. I don't think so. Any Bernie Sanders? Maybe a Bernie Sanders supporter. Yeah, by the way, don't be scared. Just tell us. It's no problem. We ain't gonna start calling you retarded and shit. All right, I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back.
Gather round with your theory so wild.
God damn it.
Talking like detectives with hearts beguiled. Oreos in hand, crumbs on your shirt. Hunting for clues but solving dessert. Oh, snack cake savior, sleuth in disguise, solving cold cases with frost and filled pies. JB Gunner's laughing, it's plain to see you're cracking these cases from an armchair spree. Murder and mystery stain screen. But your snack stash looks like a crime scene. Your waistline stretches while questions unfold. Netflix is on, but the truth's gone cold. Whoa! Snack cake savior, sleuth in disguise, solving cold cases with frosting-filled pies. J.B. Gunner's laughing, it's plain to see. You're cracking these cases from an armchair spree. You've got a blog, you're the internet ace, connecting red strings in a carbo-loaded haze. Every binge-eaten truth wrapped in cellophane lies, wiping your hands, leaving powdered alibis. Oh, snack cake savior, sleuth in disguise, solving cold cases with frosting-filled pies. J.B. Gunner's laughing, it's plain to see. You're cracking these cases from an armchair spree.
Shit, I gotta piss. Gotta piss.
You've got a blog, you're the internet ace, connecting red strings in a carbo-loaded haze. Every binge-eaten truth wrapped in cellophane lies, wiping your hands, leaving powdered alibis. Ooh, snack cake savior, sleuth in disguise, solving cold cases with frosting-filled pies. J.B. Gunner's laughing, it's plain to see. You're cracking these cases from an armchair spree.
Paco, you sound retarded. You do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. All right. You sound retarded. He said, yeah, of course it's all in good fun. Of course it is. What's up, Oklahoma? How you doing, beautiful? So anyway, we're going to get back into all of this. Nah, what the fuck are you talking about? I had to take a dump. Y'all just saw me walk outside to fucking go smoke. And then I came back in, yelled I had to go piss. I just was in there 13 seconds. I didn't even wash my hands. I didn't even wash my goddamn hand. Anyway, let's go. Anyway, so, yes. Can't even smoke and pee? Nah, man, without some fags saying some dumb shit. And by the way, if I had the shit, I'd just be like, I gotta go shit. Do I look like the type of person that would deny the fact that I had to go shit? That's you people in the chat room begging for, wasn't you begging for that girl to pay attention to you earlier? I'm the type of person that would tell a chick straight up if she was here, hold on, I gotta go shit. I ain't got no fucking problem with that. Do I look like the type of motherfucker that has a problem with that? Thank you, Pamela. And you look beautiful. You look great. Yeah. Like, I ain't that type of guy. I'm the type of person that would go take a shit and be like, girl, it's time for you to enjoy some salad. I don't think you understand who I am, bro. I don't think you understand who I am, Paco. Ask any girl in here that's been with me. Well, Oklahoma, she's too busy Instagram messages. I'd have a drink with you, JB. You are funny as hell, and you keep it real. Yeah. Yeah. Girl, well, no, you wouldn't have a drink with me. Because you understand that if we drinking together, okay, if we're at a bar, maybe we're not fucking, but if we're here drinking together, like if we downstairs, down 2 floors, if we are down there in front of the television and we're drinking together, you understand You understand? You understand, right? Because I'm not the type of person that's going to say, bring the drink with you. I ain't the type of person that's going to say, bring the food with you. I ain't the type of person that's going to say, bring the entertainment with you. I got all that here. So if you here and we happen to be drinking and we happen to be eating and we have, I'm pretty sure you understand. What happened with Kohberger? By the second movie with that fat bitch, he was rubbing her shoulders and shit. I ain't waiting 2 movies. And by the way, if you stay for the second movie, listen, ladies, if you stay for the second movie on a Netflix and chill, you are basically saying, I want your penis in my asshole. That's what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can get away with the first movie. All right. So you come over, we watch, it ain't going to be Barbie. It's going to be Oppenheimer or some shit like that. Actually, it's not even going to be that. It's going to be some Stephen King shit. So you come over, we watch the first movie, and then I'm going to be like, you need me call you an Uber? And you're like, no, would you want to watch another movie, JB? You goddamn right I do. Because that when you agree to a second movie, you agree to being anally penetrated. Are we in agreement? If you agree to a second movie, you agree to fellatio before the movie is over. If you agree to stay for a second movie, you agree to back rubs. You agree to a lot of shit. We don't even have to have the conversation. Am I right or am I wrong, ladies? Would you stay for a second movie on a Netflix and chill and you don't want to fuck the guy? Ladies, am I right or am I wrong? Would you agree to a second movie of the Netflix and chill if you didn't want to fuck the guy? Ladies only. Am I in the right or am I in the wrong? You know in the first 2 hours you don't want to suck this man's dick. If you are begging and if you are saying, I'd like to stay for an encore, you're saying, I would like your nut down my throat. That's what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. And there's no other fucking explanation to it. So all these fucking simps and these lames and these fucking leftists. Now, and by the way, if you're going to sit here and drink with me all night, you're also saying that. If you say, I want to come to your house and watch Netflix movies with you and drink with you all night, you're saying, especially me, somebody as open as what I am, you're saying, I want to come stay the night and have any woman that says, I would like to come stay the night and get drunk with JB. You're saying, I would like him to just beast me all around the fucking house. Do you understand that's what you're saying? There is no Bible study. Do you understand? Because if you didn't want to be beasted, you'd be like, can we go to the actual theater or a drive-in? I'm JB Gunner. I tell you every day how I am. If you say the words, I would like to come hang out with you and have a drink with you, you're saying, I want you to essentially piss in my face. I want you to just ram me through the wall. That's what you're saying because that's who you know I am. You're saying, I want your tongue in my asshole the minute you meet me. Am I wrong or am I right? Why would you think you're coming here to fucking have a Bible study? Why would you think you're coming here so we can be friends? Do I look like the friends? Just gotta have them, friends. Do I look like the type of motherfucker? Why would I let you bother me in my shit? What do you mean calm down, JB? Robin, you got, all right. Or else what? Robin, let's have the conversation. What made you say calm down, JB? Calvin Fellows, Mike Tyson fell with his old trick. Yes, that's true. Robin, shh. Continue. You understand it's an entertainment show, right? But go ahead, continue. I would like Robin to continue her statement because that's not a finished statement. Calm down, or else what, or calm down from what? That's what I'd like. Finish a statement. Or else I'm coming to your house and get drunk. Do you see, skin guy? Thank you, Robin. Without getting no, that's not the way it's gonna work. Okay, maybe not fucked in the ass. Fucked in the mouth though, for sure. Fucked in the mouth though, for sure. All right, listen. Who was the skin guy earlier? Do you see how easy that was? Oh, you're going to stop. All right, I'll test your theory. 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 There's no one that ever texts that survives it. I know she's not. There's no one that ever texted it. Sammy texted it 48 hours ago. There's no one that ever texts it that survives it. Oh, I will. Of course. I'll answer it right now. There's no one. Because meeting me there versus meeting me here is not what you think it is. But yet it kind of is. Damn, Paco, you all... Yeah, of course Paco is. Paco got 0 numbers. Anyways. I hear you, Sammy. Yeah. Anyways. So, anyway. Yeah, I don't understand. So the dude with the skin problems, I'm coming to Jim Bean Drinker too. You got the number? You got the number? Don't be a pussy about it. I wasn't a pussy about it. Don't be a pussy about it. Anyway, so to the guy with skin problems. Look, bro. Do I look? What's up, amnesia? Where's my girl? Stop it. I'm not Brad Pitt, bro. You understand? You understand? There's nothing skinny here, bro. You understand? Bro. You talking about skin problems, you talking about this and that, it affects your confidence. I'm fat as shit walking around here confident as shit. I don't understand people without confidence, but I can help people without confidence. So all the men without confidence, you're more than welcome to email. Now, I will charge you, though. I will charge you. I will give you your first piece of advice for free. But if you want continued advice, I will charge you. I don't understand people sitting here telling me that they change their daily lifestyle for bitches. Why? Why? That sounds weird as fuck. And by the way, women don't even respect that. They genuinely don't. Women, do you? JB, you better stop drinking for me. Bitch, I started drinking when I was 12. What the fuck you mean? You better stop watching WWE for me. Bitch, I watched WrestleMania 1. I drink and watch wrestling. Who the fuck are you? You just got here. That was the worst striptease I've ever seen. You can do better than that. Stop it. It wasn't a striptease. I was showing you my fat. What I'm saying is, fat or not, you see, they want to see more. First of all, Sammy, you have already seen my dick. Stop it. Don't let Sammy fool y'all. She's already seen my dick. She immediately after that, I was just here for the dick. It would be, I bet you won't show the dick. And then she saw the dick. She was like, okay, I think we should talk about other things. I think we should have deep conversations about documentaries and movies and what we like. The last conversation me and her had was about, I don't want to stay where I'm at. I think that's the easiest question you ever asked me. I'll come right to where you are. I know. And it'll probably happen too. Hi, it's Tim. Here. She's so good. She's so great. She's so great. She is so fucking great. Yes. That's my next one. Just so y'all know, that's my next one. That's my next one. That's the next X. Why you gotta say X? Come on. Let's just be real. This is the next X. Yes. Where she throws the curveball in, she's like, I like to drink too with you. I'll drink with you. Oh. I had one like that. It was Oklahoma. But Oklahoma also was black and smoked black and miles. And shit. Like, that wasn't going to work. That wasn't going to work. She might work. She's an Appalachian bitch. This is why I come here. This is why I go. Oh, yeah. We got there. No, now that I'm talking like this, I got more viewers. When I was talking about true crime. By the way, we're still waiting on Hitler to come back. No, that's my charm. Oh, Robin. Okay. I'll bite. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, well, what the fuck? How many messages I got? He said, I'll keep your secret, don't worry. God, I didn't leave when I said I wasn't. No, exactly. No, let me just say this. I will say this about myself. And I'm sure Sammy would agree. I'm in person. I am the same person. But I'm deep. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm 100%. Everything I'm saying right now is exactly what people that know me hear. But I'm also very much so more into you, into the women, than people think. I'm the type of person that will text you every morning and say, good morning, beautiful. I am the type of person that will do all that shit. But I'm very much so exactly who I say I am. Does that make sense? I knew when he brought that bottle back to the desk, it was going to get active. Of course, of course. People love when I get drunk and stream. I could make thousands of dollars if I just did another channel, not on this true crime shit, and just got drunk and stream. I already know, because I've done it before. Everybody's in here now, but also because probably other channels are chilling out. You're funny, you're entertaining, but you are real too. Yeah. Yeah. Sammy is the perfect example. Everything I'll say to you now and everything I am here, I am there. Except for people in real life get a deeper understanding of me. Like what my likes are, what this is, what that is. And I actually respect women way more than you think I do. When I got women in my life, I say good morning, beautiful, shit like that. I like, it's not what you think it is. It's not like I wake up in the morning like, hey, bitch, good morning. Where's my sandwich? That's not the way it goes. Of course, you can ask me questions, Paco. But I'm not one of you simps. I'm not about to marry these bitches and lose half my shit. I'm not one of you simps. Not at all. Women should always be involved. Nah, man, all these bitches claim to be raped. None of them been raped. Although I'd laugh my ass off if you did, yeah. Like the minute a chick in my life tells me she got raped in her life, I say, I don't believe you, shut the fuck up. Why don't you want to hear my story? Because you're a lying cunt. No one raped you. You're fat. You're no one fucking wants to deal with you. If I don't even want to talk to you, why would someone want to rape you? Most of the people that claim they've been raped are big fat bitches that no one wants to fuck anyway. I've never seen a hot chick come into the relationship like look, I'm gonna give you an example. Sammy's hot. She may have been raped. I don't know. But you know what she hasn't done? She hasn't brought to me at all. She's never said, JP, I don't know how to think about men. We've been so oppressed and raped. She's never said that. You know why? Because it's a stupid thing to say. But B, probably mostly people ain't been raped. A lot of these people accuse men of dumb shit. Like if me and Sammy get drunk and fuck, did I rape her? A lot of you libtards are like, yeah, you got her drunk and took advantage of her. How you know she didn't get me drunk and take advantage of me? If we get drunk and we fuck, it's not rape. No, anybody that talks about rape is when I beat your ass and take your pussy. Rape isn't because I tricked you into giving me pussy. Rape isn't because we got drunk and I fucked. That's not what rape is. Rape is about, bam, bam. Give me the pussy, bitch. That's rape. Rape is not, we got drunk together and fucked. Rape is not, he manipulated me. He told me I would be his forever. That's not rape. You cunts are stupid. That's why nobody wants to fuck you. That's why nobody wants to deal with you. That's why we only want to fuck with conservatives. Because you libtards are goofy. You're goofy as fuck. You're goofy as fuck. We got drugged. He took advantage. Nigga, I'm drunk. Stop. I've been drinking all night. Sammy, if you were here right now, are you raping me? He been drinking through his whole stream. Sammy took advantage of him. Nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to say that. They're going to say, hold on, bro. You still got Sammy's pussy while you was drunk? Bruh. Exactly. Exactly. I ain't got time to hear this shit. I don't think I have to. Yeah, of course you don't have to. No, you are fine as fuck. You ain't got to rape me out of shit. You ain't get drunk. You can just roll over and be like, what would you like to do today? You know what I'm saying? Just kissing them out. Be like, you like to go kayaking? You like to do what? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's how a woman gets you. If a woman is attractive and fine and you really want to fuck her, she could just look at you the next morning and be like, I'm not talking about the dick. I'm talking about the lips. And you'll look at her and be like, what do you want to do? Name it. I got you. I want to go kayaking. I want to go parachuting. I want to go this and that. I want to do this and that. I'm telling you right now, if you got the right, this is how I know I'm not in the right situation. Because she can't roll over next to me and be like, what do you want to do, baby? I'll be like, man, get your snoring ass the fuck away from me. Nobody wants to deal with you. But in an actual situation, an actual woman doing what the fuck she's supposed to do, she should be able to roll over and kiss you and be like, what you want to do? Anything you want to do, bitch. I'll tell you what, anything you want to do. Now, I'm going to drink. I'm going to be a dickhead through the whole time. But anything, you want to go to Carnival? Yeah, bitch, we can go to Carnival. I'm going to drink the whole time. I'm going to be a dickhead the whole time. But if that's what you want to do, I'm in. Am I right or am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong? That's all I'm asking. The person that lives with me knows we don't vibe like that. I don't want to fuck her. I barely want to talk to her. I mean, we love each other. We care about each other. But it's not like that. We can't even sleep in the same bed. There's a lot of fuckeries going on. She had nasal problems. There's snoring. It's like there's a thing, but it's not. I mean, I ain't fucked her in a year. Well, I think I fucked her when I first got here, cause she complained. But no. She's looking on the internet right now for bitches, for like a third bitch. Because I won't fuck her. Our relationship is basically over. This is basically just a situation where our bills is high, like $8,000. I pay for rent. She pays for, like, it's not the same thing. Does that make sense? She knows it shit don't work. I know. Now she wants it to work. But it's not. And she knows it's not. She knows at some point it's going to end. But I don't want to send her and her kids back to her parents. Shit like that. She knows it's not going to work. She's probably watching right now, and she's shaking her head like, this motherfucker right. Sammy said, I don't think you're being a dick to her. No, I'm not being a dick. I'm just being honest. I'm always honest. People always say, what's your relationship status? Like, it's very, very open because I don't think this shit is real. She's been on here getting, like, meet me and you and all these women that come over here. She's scraping, trying to get women to join her to save her relationship with me. Because she knows. She knows it's not going to work. I let her do what she does. Does that make sense? And I typically don't try to get someone else here. Like, I don't talk to anyone from Georgia. Everyone she talks to is from Georgia. Does that make sense? Everyone she talks to is from Georgia, or what she claims, women trying to make this happen. Every woman I talk to is not from Georgia, and they're coming here to replace her. It's not a lie. We don't spend any time together. I don't act like I like her when I don't. I think she knows that I don't like her or her dirty kids. Just this morning, we was arguing. Because in Florida, in Georgia, summer's here, ants are around. I said, if I see another fucking ant in my kitchen, I'm leaving you. That happened this morning. She's like, it always happens. I was like, you southern bitches always blame the South on your fucking shit. If I see another bug around where my food is served, bitch, I'm done. You don't understand, bitch. I understand I don't want bugs in my food. How about that? How about that? That woman downstairs has a 0% chance of making it through this year. We just been together so long that we're kind of just chilling. She's looking for different pussy to bring to the table to hope that it would get me to want to fuck him. She failed at that. She gave up at that. I still don't want to fuck her or them. She's on her way out. She knows it. Imagine being with a dude who don't want to fuck you, don't even really want to talk to you, hates your kids, stays upstairs. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're not long for this world. It is very much so just, okay, we got this shit now. It's an expensive house. No, she knows. We wake up every morning like everybody else. Good morning, baby, I love you. Good morning, baby, I love you. But she knows there's no love here. There's no real shit here. I love her because I actually think she's a good person. But there's no real shit here. There's no like relationship or romance or passion. Does it make sense? But just cook my eggs, leave them down there. I'll pay the rent. Goodbye. Does that make sense? I don't sit up here thinking, I can't wait to fuck her. No, I don't want to fuck her again for the rest of my life. Despite her being a good woman, she's got a very wide pussy. I don't know how that happened. Well, I do know how that happened. I personally feel like it's probably some just old hoe that just got lucky to be with me. She is 6'1". I don't care. Your pussy is awfully large. I only enjoy the company she brings for me. No, you can't just bring somebody in my house. Unless it's for me. If you're bringing a woman in this house, she's got to be sucking my dick. What are you talking about? Why? What the fuck is Paco still talking about? He's still talking about Hitler. No, she does not stimulate my brain at all. She thought she was smart until she met me. She's actually just as dumb as the rest of these motherfuckers around here. She thought she was smart because her baby daddy's a dummy. I can show you so much shit, but I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm gonna go smoke. All right, for son, see for son. Nope, we're not doing it here. Nope, no amnesia. No, we're not doing it here. No. Oh man. All right, we're gonna talk about the troll. You guys don't pay me enough to pick.
Lives behind the screen in a dark hole, typing away with his breakfast bowl full of soul. JB Gunner's every move, he's got a track. Secretly, he's dreaming of a love comeback. Oh, trolley, you're a clown on a mission, spinning your tails with twisted precision. 10 years and counting, but what's the goal? JB Gunner's your circus, and you're the troll. He's got a trapper keeper stuffed with screenshots, analyzing JB's morning coffee and thoughts. Trolley whispers, I just can't let you go. He paints his love in the form of a big fat no. Oh, trolley, you're a clown on a mission, spinning your tails with twisted precision. 10 years and counting, but what's the goal? JB Gunner's your circus, and you're the troll. He's got a trapper keeper stuffed with screenshots, analyzing JB's morning coffee and thoughts. Trolley whispers, I just can't let you go. He paints his love in the form of a big fat no. Oh, trolley, you're a clown on a mission, spinning your tails with twisted precision. 10 years and counting, but what's the goal? JB Gunner's your circus, and you're the troll. At night, he dreams of a ringmaster's call, spotlight on JB in the digital hall. His insults are flowers thrown in disguise, because unspoken love hides in his lies. Behind his mask, trolley's heart starts to ache. For JB Gunner's love, it's the risk he will take. He stalks the channel like it's a treasure map, but deep inside he knows it's just a trap. Behind his mask, trolley's heart starts to ache. For JB Gunner's love is a risk he won't take. He stalks the channel like it's a treasure map, but deep inside he knows it's just a trap.
Alright, we back. I had to charge my phone, so I probably won't respond to a lot of shit. I'm gonna charge my phone right now. I'm gonna go charge it right now. Hold on. So, if you are donating and you tell me to go check my phone, I will listen to you. If you are just some broad saying I got pussy in your phone, go check it, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm at work. Don't care about your pussy. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I do care about you. I do care about you. Okay. Let's not lie, JB. Let's not lie. Stop. Let's check and see if they're back. Let's check and see if the court is back. Do not lie, JB. Oh, man. Oh. We're getting blessed with these long strings. Like, yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. I should be on my other channel making money. But I'm not. I'm sitting here fucking with you people. I usually have a few posts when I go out too. Not even that. These people. These people. Hold on. Yeah. Let's not. Let's do it.
Hi! I'm praying that the world changes soon. Can get a doobie on a plane, but there's Uzis in our schools. Every dude who touched a boob or a booty getting me too. What you expect from the kids who went to Hooters after school? We're all triggered and defensive. We're all racist and we're sexist. We all grew up watching South Park. How are we offended? Now being fat is beautiful. Name a thing that you can't do. Jumping jacks, run a mile, live past 42. Man, it used to be cool to just flip a bird to the system, and now it's trendy to be triggered and pretend you're a victim. It's my race, it's my weight, it's because I'm a Christian. I hate the internet and anyone who has an opinion. And everybody angry if you say white. Okay, fine. Pass me the brush and I'll paint my face to the shades right. Let's talk about abortion. Sorry, tell me how this works. Bacteria is life on Mars, but a heartbeat isn't life on Earth? Weird. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them.
We're waiting on the.
People so stupid, people so dumb, people so boo-hoo, wah. Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues, it's so dumb. I'm a hater cause I can't relate to gay pride. Call me homophobic because I don't wanna date guys. K-tight. I for one am not surprised the world declined along the way. Give trophies to children for losing just cause they decide to play. We exercise our right to vote and hate the politicians. Ay, this is a democracy, it's partly your decision. Ay, this is weird, feels like this a different year. If I identify as a female, then when my balls and penis disappear. Children want a gender switch and hating men is feminist. Depression and anxiety are trendy, we're too sensitive. Invented 80 genders, mad the world is not accepting it. Then gave them more attention than normal women and men can get. What a contradiction, being human is so tragic. Focus on minorities, ignoring all the masses. Hallelujah, everyone. Activism saved the planet. No more plastic straws and paper, just paper straws wrapped in plastic. Congratulations. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all
This is how I feel about the true crime.
better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so
Shout out.
people so stupid. People so
Hold on. Charlie Hustle says Tom McDonald sucks. He's a shield. A shield for what? Charlie, a shield for what? Go ahead. I'm listening. Charlie Hustle, I'm listening. A shield for what? A shield. You understand what a shield means? It means we get paid for some shit we don't believe in. A shield for what? By the way, I'm a Pepsi guy, so if you see me with a Coke sponsorship, that means I'm a shield. So tell me more about Tom McDonald's and how he's a shield. I'm listening. Let's go ahead and play the music while we're waiting.
So dumb, people so boo-hoo, wah, wah, wah. Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues, it's so dumb. Look, I get it's like the world is going crazy. Seems like a
He's afraid shield for the choo-choo train. Like, so you don't think people on the internet should make money? You think we should entertain you for free? Yeah, we've been up to. What's up, AR? Of course we are, brother. We've been good. We've been good, doing good. So you think people should entertain you for free? Is what you're saying? Let's listen. Let's get back to Tom McDonald.
Shooting happens almost daily. The racism, rape culture, hatred that we're facing is way too ingrained for our hashtags to change it. We've become so lazy and complacent, afraid of our generation. We think activism's Instagramming memes and complaining. It's a problem when there's actually actions you could be taking, but you're triggered so you just cry like a baby. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid, people so dumb, people so boo-hoo.
I need a
Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues, it's so dumb.
I need another fifth. I'm about to give me another fifth. Oh. To you wokes.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it, cause you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes got Me Too'd or they're rapists. They never freed the slaves. They realized that they don't need to change. They gave us tiny screens, we think we free cause we can't see the cage. They knew that race war would be the game they need to play. For people to big teams, they use the media to feed the flame. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings. I think it's crazy how these people screaming facts, but they fake woke. Hate their neighbor cause he wears a mask or he stays home. Has a daughter, but his favorite artist said he slays hoes.
We're gonna get back to the news in a minute.
On the way home. Censorship's an issue cause they choose what they erase. There's a difference between hate speech and speech that you hate. I think Black Lives Matter was the stupidest name, when the system's screwing everyone exactly the same. I just want to spend Thanksgiving Day with food and my family, without being accused of celebrating native casualties. We got so divided, it's black and white and political. Republicans are bigots, libtards if you're liberal. There's riots in our streets and it's just getting worse. Y'all screaming deep on the police, y'all are genius for sure. They're underfunded already, they're way too busy to work. Order food and call the cops, see what reaches you first. Segregation ended, that's a lie in itself. That was a strategy to make us think they were trying to help. They knew that racism was hot, but they designed it to sell. We buy up every single
I'm not
box
fucking
and
having this
divide us
conversation
ourselves.
with you.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they
Another
won't
fifth.
tell me what to believe in. They so fake.
You watching, right, bitch?
Safe zones. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings. We use violence to
get peace and wonder why it isn't working. That's like sleeping with a football team to try and be a virgin. Politicians are for sale and someone always makes the purchase. But you and I cannot afford it. Our democracy is worthless. If a man has mental illness, call him crazy. Say it silently. When country's going crazy, we accept it as society. Get sick and take a pill. When the side effects get you high, you get addicted like these rappers dying fighting with sobriety. Censoring the facts turns our children into idiots. They claim it's for our safety. I'll tell you what it really is. Removing information that empowers all the citizens. The truth doesn't damage points of view that are legitimate. They're trying to change amen to amen and women. How'd we let them make praying a microaggression? Instead of asking God for the strength to keep winning, we cheat to get ahead and then we ask him for forgiveness. Feminism used to be the most righteous of fights, but these days it feels like they secretly hate guys. I don't trust anyone who bleeds for a week and don't die. I'm just kidding, but everything else that I said is right.
They so fake, whoa.
Well, we gon' fuck with time. We gon' fuck with time throughout the whole shit.
Tell me what to believe.
We gon' fuck with. Look, bro. We gon' fuck with time throughout this whole shit. I got this bitch going to give me more drink. Do I hear you on the steps? I got bitches going to give me more drink. We are going to currently listen to this. Yeah, we're going to listen to Tom McDonald too. These people come back to court.
If you lie to the government, they'll put you in prison. But when they lie to all of us, it's called being a politician. You think taking guns away will save our kids from the killings? But you're pro-choice, abortion kills way more children. If America's so terrible and racist, it probably isn't safe to encourage immigration. Just saying, all the contradictions are embarrassing. You know who hates America the most? Americans. Trigger warnings used to be on TV for seizures, and now they're everywhere to protect millennials' feelings. He, she, his, him, hers, them, they. Screw a pronoun, cause everyone's a retard these days. I hear him preaching at the protest that hatred's the problem, but hating straight men, white folks, and Christians is common. Coca-Cola telling people they should be less white. They preach intolerance, but if you disagree, they fight. There's a race war here, elections based on fear. Black lives only matter once every 4 years. Soldiers died for this country, and every one of us benefits. Give welfare to the bums and forget about the veterans.
Steve said I can't listen to this. Brother, how many dollars have you provided to my channel? Why would I care if you can listen to this or not? Bro. Why would I care? I was waiting on him to come back from court. You say public court is done? Where we get that at? I don't think we got that information. But Steve, I can't listen to this shit. I can't do this shit. I can't this. I can't that. I can't. You're a fag. Just say it. Just admit it. You're a fag. Can we admit if you're a dude not making love to your guy, bro, you're a fag. You're a fag. I ain't gonna get shut down. I've been doing this for a long time. You're a fag, though. Can we admit that? I like Jim McDonald because of this and that.
Black folks and white folks divided by the news, but we are all the same. We are red, white, and blue. Ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no, the forecast said that there'd be snow.
We're just waiting on the Kohberger case to come back.
You can make us see it your way. No way. Gasoline and propane. More flames.
That's why I told my woman to go give me more.
More snowflakes.
They set us up to fail. That's what they built the system for.
That's why I told the woman I ain't fucked in a year to go give me more. I bet she does. Because I bet this big 3-story house in the mountains gets me. I don't know. Well, let's check. Yo! Are you still down there? Hold on. Let's get it. Let's check it. Let's check my G, nigga. Let's check my G. Let's check my G. All right, yeah. Voice. Let me do voice. Oh, she's gone. All right, hold on. Let me do voice. What do I do? Camera. Yo, these fags on the internet think you didn't just go run to get my shit. You don't have to show your face. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna edit it. Are you out getting my shit? I'm sorry. They think that's the internet. That's what we're doing. Is my alcohol coming because of them or just because this is my shit and I run this? Yeah, it's gonna whine to cry. Let's go. Yeah. All right. So I got the shit recorded. We're gonna do it.
Put an ammunition shop across the street from a liquor store. Empowering women used to be different than this before. The role models got OnlyFans or dance on a stripper pole. Screw it, I ain't tripping, I don't mean to be mean. But if our children are the future, then our future is bleak. They take an Adderall to focus, hit McDonald's to eat. They're addicted to phones and they take Xanax to sleep. They blur the lines dividing communism and democracy. In 2021, we paint the patriots as Nazis. The men playing women's sports get trophies for winning. Like, great, let's celebrate a man for beating some women. If you're black, your life matters, you're supposed to embrace it. If you're rich or you're smart, then you're probably Asian. If you're gay, then you're brave, all of that I'm okay with. But if you're white, the stereotype is you are a racist. Blaming capitalism like that's the reason things are tough. While you tweet from an iPhone and sip on a Starbucks. You're supporting what you stand against, you don't think you are. But a Percocet addict don't donate money to pharma. Damn, dog, we're all afraid to speak the truth. And the more afraid we get, the more we hate the ones who do. You're ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake, oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa, you can make us see it your way. No way, gasoline and propane. More flames, oh no. No more snowflakes.
We can all get along, but there's no stopping. Everybody's wrong, that's the real problem. They don't want to hear it, but they still.
Now, so many people tell me you shouldn't listen to rap music, but your daughters are fucking black men. Like, all the people that typically tell me you shouldn't listen to rap music, I'm like, do you got a black dude in your family? They're like, yeah. But, no, nigga. If you have a black person mingling or intermingling with your race or on your videos, you have no right to talk to me about shit. I listen to hip hop. But what I will tell you is that none of my people fuck nigger. But you're doing this, you're doing that. No, just because I have nigger. Nigger. On my radio doesn't mean I have on my real life shit, or in my real life city, or in my real life town, or in my real life period. Because we don't deal with we don't deal with them. Come on.